This video is going to help answer the question, how does democracy die? We're going to start with a baseline at ancient Athens. We're going to touch on Sparta, Rome. We're going to move into representative democracy of the modern-ish era. How does democracy die? Well, I've got it written down here, conveniently. I have some of the most common ways democracy dies. We're going to explore those together as the video goes along. But I thought it made the most sense to begin at the most logical place, the place where you would expect us to begin. And we'll do caveats from there. Where we're going to begin, of course, is Athens, the most famous example of democracy in all of history. I thought I'd just drop you right into the action, a funeral oration given by a leader of democratic Athens named Pericles. Pericles gave a funeral oration in 431 BC. That was at the end of the very first year of a war that Athens had with Sparta. Now, how did Athens and Sparta come to blows? In fact, they had worked together in the early 5th century BCE. The famous Battle of Marathon was a battle in which Athens unexpectedly defeated the forces of Darius I. It's a very famous story from ancient history. I should caveat and say that Athens and Sparta were allies in this war against Persia. The Spartans did not participate in the Battle of Marathon, this wonderful victory of the Athenians against the Persians, because the Spartans were observing some religious ceremonies, or at least that's what the historian Herodotus tells us. But okay, the Athenians and the Spartans repel the Persians. The Greek world at this time is free of the forces of Darius and the Persian Empire. I'll put up a map of the Greek Hellenic world at this time so you can kind of get an idea. The next decades are when Athens begins to expand its empire. It's built alliances in order to repel Persia. The Spartans have built alliances in order to repel Persia. Athenians are going to take those alliances and they're going to start to build an empire. And it's actually quite funny to read something from Thucydides at this period in which the Athenians basically say, we had no choice. Our empire was forced upon us because we're so awesome. It's a bit absurd. And this video was the perfect opportunity for me to pull out my landmark Thucydides. This is a version of Thucydides' History of the Peloponnesian War, which I highly recommend. It's one that I had to get for graduate school studies on political theory, or at least the one course I took on ancient political thought in graduate school. And the Athenians are going to start to expand their empire in a way that's going to bump up against the ambitions and, perhaps we could say in a more modern foreign policy sense, the interests of the Spartans. That culminates in 432 BC. I had to set the book down real quick. In 433, 432 BC, there is a Delian League. That is the basically empire, the alliance of Athens and its allies. We have the Peloponnesian League, the alliance of Sparta. The Peloponnesian League, coincidentally, is what's going to give us the name of the war, the Peloponnesian War. And there is a little city in the Hellenic world called Corcyra. And an embassy, that is a group of foreign policy delegates, basically, from Corcyra, go to Athens to explain their troubles. Now, what are the troubles of these people of Corcyra? Well, the issue for Corcyra is that they are being attacked by Corinth. Now, Corcyra is an independent city-state. Corinth, on the other hand, is allied with Sparta. And so if you're Corcyra, you're being attacked by Corinth. So if you're independent Corcyra, you're being attacked by an ally of Sparta. The only logical thing to do is to go get help from Athens. Now, one of the interesting things about the situation is that Corcyra, though they need help, are not like completely useless. They have actually a very attractive naval force. And so when they go to Athens to ask for help, Athens is very tempted to give it. Corcyra, according to Thucydides, and we'll give some caveats on Thucydides as we go along, but according to Thucydides, the historian of the ancient world, Corcyra went to Athens and they said, quote, "We, Corcyra, seeing our utter inability to cope without foreign aid, find it necessary to ask for your help." The Athenians knowing how useful it might be to have access to Corcyra's navy, decide, well, we don't want to have a formal alliance because then we might anger the Spartans, but we could do a defensive pact. So if you are attacked by Corinth, we'll come to your aid. And one of the big advocates of this policy is a man named Pericles, who's spent some of his time at the tippy top of Athenian democracy advocating that they become a stronger naval power to enforce their empire and to potentially oppose Spartan hegemony in the Hellenic world. And here's the thing, not long after this defensive pact is promulgated, Corinth attacks Corcyra again, and Athens intervenes. This is one of the moments that leads to the Peloponnesian War, because Sparta doesn't appreciate the splitting of hairs. They don't say, oh, you weren't allied with Corcyra, you were just enabling your defense pact when you went to help them against the Corinthian naval attack. No, Sparta wasn't splitting hairs in that way. Sparta said, you basically opposed our Peloponnesian League. That's a problem. That plus one more incident is going to cause Sparta to cancel the peace treaty with Athens, is going to start the Peloponnesian War. At the end of that first year of war, 431 BC, the Athenian general Pericles is going to give a very famous funeral oration at the Acropolis. You know, the Acropolis in Athens. He's going to have the general public there. He's going to have even women in attendance, which is a rarity in Athenian democracy. We'll talk about that more later. The reason there are so many people there to hear this very famous oration is because as the war breaks out and the Peloponnesian League and the Spartans begin to attack the Athenians and the Delian League, the people, the agricultural people, the people in the rural areas of Athens, they come into the city proper in order to be in a safer position behind the city walls. So they're all together, and Pericles famously goes up to give a speech. And in that speech, the reason that we brought all this up is because Pericles is going to give us a description of the 5th century version of Athenian democracy. Now, I just made a cut so I could write down the year, 431 BC. It's the funeral oration of Pericles. And making this video is a great opportunity for me to review some of the things that I did in school and some of the things I did wrong in school, because I have here my highlights and notes of Pericles' funeral oration. And I'm laughing at myself from years ago because this is basically useless. I highlighted like everything in this speech. If you highlight everything, you might as well have highlighted nothing, Mr. Will, back in his university days. But Pericles, the purpose of this speech is, number one, to tell the Athenians at this moment, hey, we're in the middle of a war, but there's reasons to be proud. Your war dead, he says, the hills will sing of their glory for all time. We'll know their names. Their names will be passed down through history. Okay, name one soldier in the Peloponnesian War. I mean, maybe we could name one if we dig through Herodotus, dig through Thucydides, but nah, that was BS, right? Pericles is also trying to tell people who have moved into the city from the rural areas, hey, heads up, we're going to get through this. And also, Pericles is going to tell the Athenians, hey, there are reasons to be proud to be an Athenian. And one of those reasons, of course, is that Athens has a very unique form of government. Athens is a democracy. Democracy, the etymology of the word is where most people who talk about this subject will begin. The demos in Greek, in ancient Greek, is the people, the masses. Kratia, Democratia. Kratia is the word for power. So if you combine that, Democratia, democracy, you have power of the masses, power of the demos. As we go along in our exploration, however, we're going to notice that democracy, though it has a very clear name, and though so many people from the most authoritarian governments in our modern times to Western liberal democracies are going to use the word democracy, that word is not going to necessarily express a specific form of government. It's going to more describe a concept or a dream of what government should be. Here's what that dream looks like in 431 BC from the Athenian general Pericles, giving a speech the end of the first war, the end of the first year of war with Sparta. Again, this is a political speech. Pericles is trying to make the Athenians proud of themselves. And we'll also talk about how we have the exact wording of this speech after we explore it a little bit. Pericles says, "Our constitution does not copy the law of neighboring states. We are rather a pattern to others than imitators ourselves." So Pericles is saying that Athenian democracy is unique, that there are other democracies in the Greek world, but that Athens is the model, is the premier democracy, and it sets the standard for what a democracy should be. Here's his first major declaration of what makes democracy democracy. Its administration favors the many instead of the few. This is why it is called democracy. So democracy favors the many, the demos, the people, not the few. And we'll learn a little bit later what the few might look like, an oligarchy, or the one, a monarchy. If we look to the laws, says Pericles, they afford equal justice to all in their private differences. So we have the idea that all citizens are equal before the law. The Greek word for that, I believe, is isonomia. Advancement in public life, aka advancement in politics, falls to reputation for capacity, class considerations not being allowed to interfere with merit. So the idea here is that in a democracy, it doesn't matter if you're of high birth. It doesn't matter if you're part of a formal old aristocracy, if your bloodline goes back, or whether you're rich for the sake of inheritance. What matters is, are you meritorious? Are you good at what you can do? If so, you can rise in a democratic society. And of course, he goes on then to say poverty is irrelevant for office holding. So in this dream that Pericles is sharing with the Athenians on this day of his oration, he's saying, if you want to be an office holder in Athens democracy, you don't necessarily need to be the highborn. It doesn't really matter if you're rich or poor. You can actually participate in politics. And if we fast forward thousands of years to our modern day, you'll notice that at least in the country I'm from, the United States of America, what are most politicians? Every now and again, we'll get a politician who's of the quote unquote lower class, maybe somebody who was a service worker or was a blue collar worker, or even just a normal office worker or a professional of some other kind, a scientist, right? But I think Angela Merkel over in Germany was famously a chemist when she became the chancellor of Germany. What is the general profession of politicians in the West today, particularly in the United States? They're lawyers, right? And they go to elite universities. They're not just any lawyer. They didn't go to the university. He wasn't an Oxford man, as they say in the Beverly Hillbillies, referring to a different Oxford in Mississippi or Alabama instead of the real one over in England. They go to Yale. They go to Harvard, right? They go to Columbia. Right. These are I had to make a cut. I couldn't think of law schools. The point being that what Pericles is setting up for us is, really a standard to which we are failing. And we're going to see that really, if you stack up modern and ancient democracy, they really don't seem to have all that much in common besides the ideals, the dreams of what they could be. Now, let's talk about this next item here that Pericles is going to bring up, the freedom to do. Well, the freedom to do what? Well, it's freedom of action. We do not feel called upon to be angry with our neighbor for doing what he likes. This is something that Pericles is going to bring up multiple times, that in Athens, you can have a private life and you can pretty much do what you want in that private life, as long as you don't, commit crimes or do something terrible and antisocial. There is a balance in Athens, according to Pericles, between public and private life. It is your duty to participate in public life, to participate in politics. That's how democracy functions. It is your obligation to do so. You're also able to have a private life and kind of just do what you want. Now, you might say that doesn't sound particularly radical, but remember, Pericles is setting up Athenian democracy to contrast with a very powerful neighbor, and that is Sparta. Now, we're going to go a little bit into Sparta as we move along here, but suffice it to say for now that Sparta is a city in which the entirety of the polity is built around being warlike. people, particularly young boys, are put through physical training that is quite intense from a young age. And until they come of age, they are under the command of everyone older than them. In order to become a full citizen of Sparta, you have to endure lots and lots of physical training. Now, what does that mean? It means that you don't get to do what you like. Freedom to do as you please is not part of the Spartan way of politics. And Pericles is going to come up with a way of saying that, sure, Sparta, they're soldiers or whatever, but you know what? What makes us special here in Athens is that we can do as we like. We can have the freedom to not feel called upon to be angry with our neighbor for doing what he likes. And yet, we can still conduct war really well. It doesn't actually benefit Sparta to simply focus on war 100%. It is that balance that makes Athens actually quite good, that people don't face danger before they actually need to, that they have a moment to sit back and relax. And actually, this sounds pretty modern if you think about it. The idea of the trendy word of the last decade's been that work-life balance, right? The idea that you have your in our modern economy, your public life usually amounts to how you're participating in the economy. You have this public life, but you also go home. Hopefully, you work your 40 hours. Labor unions have helped us to have 40-hour work weeks and 2 days at the weekend, right? So you have this balancing, and the idea is that if you have a balance in your life, you will eventually be a more productive member of society. If you work literally all the time, you're actually useless. When I was living abroad, I'm so special. When I was living abroad, teaching English, I used to bring my adult English students in Germany and Spain. I would bring them this article about Japanese workers working, like some of them sleeping under their desks, right? Working 80-hour weeks, extreme cases, 100-hour weeks, and just collapsing and dying, right? In these circumstances, the argument that would be made against these sort of practices is that even though you believe that showing this unfailing dedication to your job is going to make you a great employee, is going to show how productive you are, by never resting, by never having that balance, you're actually much worse off. You might be useless to your employer, as strange and non-virtuous as a goal as that might be. You're not useful to your employer if you're collapsed, if you're literally dead. And in less extreme cases, if you just work too much, you're just not that great at what you do. It is about having balance. Now, why have I belabored this point so much? Well, part of it is because finding a balance, finding a mix for the individual, finding a mix for the state itself is the principal question of politics, according to a thinker we will be exploring soon, Aristotle, who's going to write in his Politics about what makes a great or functional polity, an excellent polity, to use his exact word. And of course, we're going to see what one of his students says is the imbalance in the Athenian system. And we're going to see a lot of criticism of Athens, but right now what we're seeing is the most effusive praise for Athenian democracy that we are going to come across. Pericles says that in Athenian democracy, people obey the laws, they obey the magistrates. The magistrates are functionally this combination of administrators, they are the executors of the law. But if you read a lot of the ancient sources, they also kind of operate like police officers at times. Not in our strict sense necessarily, but the idea that like if you're breaking laws, a magistrate might be the one to come and fine you or to bring you in front of the council or the assembly, depending on the era. We're talking about the Areopagus, the Council of Elders we'll come to a little bit later. But a pillar of Pericles' democracy is indeed the obeyance of laws and magistrates, aka what we might call today the rule of law. If you have a democracy, if you have a place in which the many, not the few, rule, in which people are equal, in which merit counts, etc., that also means that there is an expectation among those who participate in that society, those citizens. There's lots of exclusions we're going to get to. There's an expectation that you're going to abide by the laws. There is the idea that democracy can only function. One of the characteristic traits of democracy that Aristotle is going to give us a little later is that you have to rule as the demos, but you also have to allow yourself to be ruled. That is, that you are going to have power, you're going to rotate out of power, you're going to be the subject of power and authority, then you're going to carry on that power and authority in the expectation that one day someone else will be doing that over you, so you're going to want to comport yourself accordingly. This is the basic understanding of what it means to participate in mass politics in a democracy. And this next one is so fascinating to me, because I think when people talk about Athenian democracy, they're usually just talking about the Constitution, and we're going to get there, no doubt. But this is another aspect, this cosmopolitanism that Pericles is going to bring up in his funeral oration when he's trying to tell the Athenians how awesome they are. He says, "We throw open our city to the world." So we let foreigners in, we let people in, trusting, although the eyes of an enemy may occasionally profit from our liberality. So the idea is that we are not a closed system. If the Spartans come over and they see how we operate, we're an open book. And we don't think that's a weakness. We actually think that even if our enemies are able to get a few secrets from us, all they're going to find out is that we're open and that we do things as we please, and that actually makes us strong. They might want to emulate us if they spy on us. We're not afraid of having foreigners among us. And there are quite a few foreigners in Athens. There are people who are second-class citizens, don't even count as citizens within Athens. We're going to get there. But the point being that if you're a visitor to Athens, you're not going to be necessarily treated with as much suspicion, according to Pericles, as you would if you went to Sparta. Another key trait of Athenian democracy. And this last one here, duty in public matters. I want you to remember the word duty, no giggling. Remember the word duty as we go through this presentation, because Pericles is going to say that participation in politics in this ancient form of democracy, in this city-state, which, at times, city-states in ancient Athens, we're talking tens of thousands, maybe even just thousands, right? In certain places, maybe going up to like 100,000 in the vision that Aristotle has of what a city-state is. These are not particularly massive places. We're going to talk about what a democracy looks like on a massive scale as we move through history. But for Pericles, his point here in saying that you have a duty in public matters is to say that if you're going to have a polity, if you're going to have a democracy, if you're going to have a polis with this number of people, everyone's going to have to chip in. You can't have people who don't participate. Particularly, you can't have citizens who don't participate. And so what he writes is, what he says in this oration at the Acropolis is, we regard the citizen who takes no part in these duties, aka the duties of public life, of running the assembly, of participating in jury courts, of holding office in a rotationary matter. We regard the citizen who takes no part in these duties, not as unambitious, but as useless. Not as unambitious, but as useless. So the point Pericles is making here, I think it's fairly obvious, is that if you are so privileged as to be a citizen of a democracy, and there are a lot of people who are not citizens in Athens, if you are so privileged to be a citizen, if you don't go to the assembly, if you don't take part in the jury courts, if you don't hold office when it's your time to be rotated in, if you don't obey the laws and the magistrates when you're not technically holding power, if you're not trying to make yourself a more meritorious citizen, if you're not enjoying your equality or isonomia before the law, you're useless. And contrast this with a lot of people today who say, hey, I don't care about politics. I don't want to be part of politics. According to Pericles, well, you're a POS. You're useless. And modern society is more complex. There's a lot of subtlety there. But just keep that in mind, that Pericles sets up this paradigm. That's a nice alliteration there. Pericles sets up this paradigm that politics is necessary. Obviously, participation in politics is also necessary. There's no escape. Just as Pericles began by saying that Athens is an example to the world, he finishes this section on the Athenian governing system by saying, in short, I say that as a city, we are the school of Hellas. Hellas being the Hellenic world, that area that encompasses Athens and Sparta and all the city-states in this time period. We are the school. We, Athens, set an example. Now, let me close this book, set this down, and let's talk about a couple caveats here. The first major caveat is that Athens might be an example. There's definitely other democracies in the Greek world. It's not clear whether Athens was literally the first to use a form of direct democracy to run its affairs with rotational offices, with all these aspects that Pericles at least is going to hold up as the ideal of what Athens could be. Is Athens the example to the Hellenic world? Probably. I mean, they're an empire. They can kind of impose their example on other city-states. Of course, the Athenian embassy, the Athenian delegates in some of their speeches in Thucydides are going to say that I think the word is thrust. Our empire was thrust upon us after we helped defeat Persia. Oh, we're the victims of our own success, we Athenians. A little bit preposterous. But the idea, of course, is that democracy, as an example, is one that is going to be associated in this period with force, aka the democracy was forced upon you at times. And as a major contradiction, Athenian democracy is sometimes going to mean that within their empire, they're going to go into a place and eliminate democracy because they aren't as worried about the form of government on some of their in some of their empire as much as, are you paying your dues to keep the Athenian triremes going, to keep our war machine running, right? So we're not like in a Wilsonian, like Woodrow Wilson sense from the early 20th century. We're not worried about our democratic values. We're worried about our democratic interests as an empire. So there's some irony in what Pericles is saying and in this vision of democracy. Another irony, of course, is that Athenian democracy is going to exclude women. It's going to exclude foreigners who have just come to Athens. Under Pericles, there's going to be a reformation of what it actually takes to be a citizen in Athens and to participate in politics. That reform is going to be that you have to be, in order to be a citizen, you have to be born of two citizens of Athens. There's going to be a lot of foreigners, therefore, in Athens who don't qualify. And this is the real challenge, and it's going to be a challenge that continues into the present day. In order for Athens to function, one of the groups of people that must be excluded are slaves. Now, you say in our modern democracies we have no slaves. It's more to say that in order for a democracy to function, in order for a complex society to function, in order for citizens to have time to participate in their duty in public matters, some of the business of their household, of running estates, of farming, of agriculture, some of the aspects of society must be done by a subjugated class of people. In Marxist terms, you need a proletariat in order to keep the bourgeoisie able to govern. I think that the number is like 30,000 Athenian citizens who are able to participate in some of these systems, with a population much larger than that. So there is a contradiction here. And there is, in fact, an argument to be made by some experts that Athenian democracy was not a democracy because of this contradiction. We're going to talk a little bit about that argument as we go along, but I wanted to give you one more caveat. I know we all just love caveats, but one last thing about this whole situation is that we have been quoting the speech of Pericles in 431 BC. It is a speech that is going to be given to us by the second major professional historian in human history after Herodotus, Thucydides. Thucydides is wonderful. I highly recommend reading Thucydides' History of the Peloponnesian War. I highly recommend doing it with a landmark version. This landmark Thucydides is published by Robert B. Strassler, and I don't know if you've already noticed, I'm traveling at the moment. This is not my apartment anymore. My cat, Sophie, is not here. Very sad. I'm in my mom's library, and you can see actually there's a baby picture over here in the corner of the room, and my little sister's Harry Potter memorabilia and like bobbleheads and stuff. This isn't, not that any of this is stuff that I don't particularly care for myself. I'd love to have photos of myself and Harry Potter stuff around, I guess, but this is not my home. So I don't have my copy of Herodotus' histories with me, but I'm pretty sure it's Strassler who also put together that Herodotus history. And Thucydides, as this second modern historian, is going to, as Herodotus did, give us exact wording in speeches. And it's kind of strange because Thucydides presumably, I mean, that's a pretty thick tome, right? It's a pretty big book. Presumably Thucydides wasn't physically at every single speech he heard. In fact, he tells us at the start of his History of the Peloponnesian War, he tells us speeches are either things that observers of the speeches told me or that I think the situation demanded of the speaker. So basically saying in many of the dialogues within his book, they're manufactured, at least manufactured in a way that I think comports to history. The case, and I've seen some lectures here, the case with Thucydides quoting the funeral oration of Pericles in 431 BC is that actually it's possible that Thucydides did in fact attend, that he was physically at the Acropolis and heard Pericles' speech. And there's some language within the history of the Peloponnesian War that implies that maybe this particular speech is a little bit more accurately fleshed out than the other speeches in the history of the Peloponnesian War. The point still being that the historical sources that we have, Plato, Herodotus, Thucydides, Aristotle, some later sources like Polybius and Plutarch in Rome, Xenophon, the pseudo-Xenophon we'll explore, Aristophanes, a Greek playwright. When you combine all the sources together and some archaeological work, when you combine all that together, you do see that Athenian democracy existed, and maybe not in this century, maybe not in the 5th century as Pericles is holding up these values, but in the 4th century, that is the 300s BC, Athenian democracy is going to hit its most democratic, and it's going to comport to a lot of the descriptions that Pericles is given, that the many are going to participate, that there's, well, maybe not merit. We'll talk about merit versus social standing, or the ability to speak well and be a demagogue and rile up the masses at the assembly, but that poverty is irrelevant. Yeah, that's totally true. In Athenian democracy in the 4th century, at least, probably also in the 5th century. The freedom to do what you want, yeah, probably. And that, their duty in public matters, 100%. Yeah, like these are true descriptions, so there's no reason to dismiss Pericles' speech just because we're not totally sure that it was said exactly as Thucydides portrays. So I've never done this. Is a brand new thing. I'm traveling, so I got a paper pad and a cheap little standard from Office Depot that I hope is going to hold this thing up. I'm going to see what it takes to tear off a piece of paper. I'm going to make a cut. So I've made a cut. I've written a few things down. I wanted to bring our attention to how Athenian democracy came into being, and whether one could make the argument, as one of the authors that we'll be exploring today suggests, that democracy itself is actually a naturally, quote, naturally arising condition in human history. That was an author named Stasavage. So I wanted to recognize that my work here today would not be possible. This lecture would not be possible without some of the authors that I'm going to be using. I'm going to be listing sources in the description, but The Shortest History of Democracy by Keane, Life and Death of Democracy by Keane, an author named Stasavage, who really challenged my thinking on democracy, an author named Cartledge, Dunn, a Cambridge companion of Edinburgh, an Edinburgh companion to democracy. There's a lot of books that I'm going to be listing in the description. I really suggest that you take a look at those, because I am combining, for the sake of political theory, some of the historiography. Now, those are big words, but basically it means I'm synthesizing some authors who know a lot more than I do, and who perhaps read ancient Greek and who have examined other parts of the ancient world to see what is out there. And I am only transmitting that to you as a way of trying to help put good and free information out into the world. And to continue our journey here, I thought it would make sense to talk about the development of Athenian democracy, but just so that you don't think that I am just clickbaiting you with the whole how every democracy dies, or whatever the final title of this video is, I thought I would just say Athenian democracy, its death is a little bit anticlimactic. In 322 BC, they get invaded. They get invaded by Macedon. 322, they just get invaded, and that's basically the end. Or actually, they're invaded before that in the mid 4th century BC, but they're going to be put down because they're going to take part in a rebellion against Macedon, and their democracy dies in 322. That's the end of Athenian democracy. Now, could you argue that they overextended themselves over a long period of time because of the eagerness of the demos, and there was a corrosion of the values of Pericles? Maybe, but they got invaded. It's not that deep. You'll notice here I have invasion 2 written down on this chart of how democracies dies. We're going to see some examples of that when we talk about the USA and Western liberal democracy actually killing other democracies, imposing, military dictatorships through the CIA on places that had elected governments. But that precedent actually starts in ancient Athens. There is an argument in Herodotus. Let me see if I can grab the note that says exactly where in Herodotus this is. Yeah, it's book 8, 65:1. Athens abolishes democracy in some of its empires. So Athens is not this benevolent entity as a democracy just because it happens to empower the demos, the citizens of Athens. And this is a precedent. That's the second way democracies die, according to the list we're compiling together. Sometimes democracies are literally killed by other democracies. Okay, so that's the 5th century BC, the 400s BC, the 300s BC, this golden era of Athenian democracy when it's at its peak, what Aristotle's going to call the present constitution, pretty interestingly, because present to him means right now, right? Obviously to us, it's thousands of years in the past. And Athenian democracy is going to end in 322 BC for the final time until the modern era. But let's jump back a few hundred years to the 7th century BC, to the pre-683 BC world of ancient Athens, which to our great Aristotle is the time of legend. And to him and to us, this period is a little bit more shadowy. However, it establishes the fact that the ancient Athens, the Athens pre-democracy, was at best an aristocracy, perhaps an oligarchy. We're going to talk about what those words mean momentarily. The magistrates in this Athenian constitution of the 7th century BC, or before the 7th century BC, the magistrates, that is the administrators, the people who enforce laws and execute laws, they're going to serve for life. That's gradually going to go down 10 years. I forget what the actual number of years is, but eventually it's going to get to 1 year. And that's going to set up a tradition in the future that magistrates, be they aristocratic magistrates of this ancient constitution, or in the 4th century, 3rd century BC, the demos are going to take some of those offices, but it's going to establish the precedent that office should be held for a short period of time. Functionally, this is the early development of term limits. We're also going to have what's called the Council of Areopagus. The Council of Areopagus. This is an institution that's going to continue all the way until the death of democratic Athens, but it's going to continue in various iterations. It's functionally a council of elders. It is a council composed of former archons. And remember, we're going to talk about those archons, but remember, basically everyone who holds office in ancient Athenian in the ancient Athenian constitution is going to be part of an aristocracy. They're going to be born well. They're not going to be part of the ordinary citizens, the ordinary people. What does the Council of Areopagus do? I've written down a few things on a little note card here. I've got notes spread all around. I really went to town on this particular video because I was excited to talk about it with you. What were the powers of the Council of Areopagus in the ancient Athenian constitution? Well, it's protecting the laws. So almost like what we would think maybe the Supreme Court does today in our modern liberal democracies, that is to stop things that might be non-lawful from being carried out, administer the laws, punish and fine, choose archons. So the Council of Areopagus is an advisory council that's going to oversee magistrates, choose archons. And so this is a perfect time to talk about what the heck is an archon. For the function, or for the purposes of our conversation right now, when you talk about the big three archons, often you'll see when people are describing the ancient Athenian constitution, they only focus on these big three. There's a good reason for that. The archons are functionally the three leaders. And if you look, we have the word arch in here. An arch in English is like a parabolic column, so to speak, a curved column that is self-sustaining, right? And so the idea is that the archons are the sustainers of society. That's my amateur etymology there for you. But functionally, there are three people that are these leaders, these parabolic leaders that hold up the ancient Athenian society. We have the polemarch, that is the person who is in charge of military affairs. We have the Archon Basileus, that's functionally the kingly archon, who's going to be in charge mostly of things like religious ceremonies. And we're going to have the eponymous archon, that is the highest political office holder, the one who's actually more or less in charge in ancient Athens. And actually, I'm going to make a cut. I'm going to write those three things down so that you can actually see the three types of archons on your screen. Actually, no, let's keep it rolling. Editor Will, please put up the three names so that everyone can see them. Oh, it's magical. There's video editing. Okay, so you have those three main archons, and the big one being the eponymous archon. Why is it called that? Well, eponymous, it's like name archon, so it's like he gives his name to the year in which he ruled. That's how we kind of know what some of the archons' names were, going back thousands of years or going back hundreds of years from the time of Aristotle. There are three other archons, these six other archons. They're Thomostatae, put that name up too. Basically, I believe they're called the lawgivers. Some of them deal with finances. But I do want to point out that when we talk about these archons, the fact that there are three archons and not just like one king, right? Because prior to the ancient Athenian constitution, going back into even further into like the time where we basically just have legends, right? We talk about the king, right? The single person who runs. But even in this ancient Athenian constitution, which we would not call democratic, we do have what Montesquieu might call a proto-version of the separation of powers. You have an aristocratic council that runs some things, that makes laws. We have archons that serve different functions. You have the kingly archon that is not as political as you might expect, but that runs religious affairs. You have the eponymous archon who is political, but does he command the military? No, that's the polemarch, the archon in charge of being the major general of Athenian military activities. And so if we think about the three functions of government as we would understand them today, the executive, legislative, and judicial, they're kind of all mixed up in here, right? The Council of Areopagus, which helps in lawmaking, is also in charge of punishments and fines. And what is this? The ecclesia. Now, ecclesia is a word we're going to see throughout. It's functionally the assembly of the demos, of the masses. We think it existed in this period of time. When I have a book here, here it is, one of these sources I'm going to list in the description, but I have it here as well. Christopher Carey's book on democracy in Athens, the second edition. He's going to tell us, and other places are going to tell us, that we think the ecclesia exists back in this period of time. We're relying on the Constitution of Athens from Aristotle, or probably one of Aristotle's students who actually wrote it, to tell us that of some of these vagaries once you go back too far in history. Obviously, Aristotle and in his politics, and then one of Aristotle's students in the Constitution of Athens, a work written probably by not Aristotle himself, but one of Aristotle's students at the Lyceum. We learned that the most accurate representation is what they could see with their own eyes in their present time, the present constitution. Going back in time, they get the same sort of blurriness that we get. So I made a few changes here to the board. We're going to be talking now about some of the changes in the latter part of the 7th century BC. I have circled in pink some of the things that have shifted under the leadership of a man named Draco. Now, if you've ever heard the word draconian, it comes from this man, Draco, who is perceived by Aristotle and others as being a harsh leader of the Athenians. And so some of his rules are going to be characterized by that harshness. One of those harshness is that, there's going to be fines actually for not participating, for not doing your duty as someone in public life should do. So Draco is actually the one that's going to establish this obligation of the citizen to participate in politics. Now, that being said, Draco is still, his constitution, his function, his variety of the laws is going to still lead in some direction towards democracy. One of the things is that he's going to expand who can participate in Athenian politics, not the demos, not the masses, not the average citizen, but instead people with property are going to be enfranchised. So you hear about franchise in the context of voting, right? If you are disenfranchised, it means you cannot vote. or that you are separate from politics in some sense. We're going to use the more literal version, the more literal definition of franchise, which I assume is like first in the dictionary if you were to Google it. Franchise in this case means, can you vote? If you have the right property qualifications under the Constitution of Draco, you can indeed vote. Now, some of the property qualifications are metrics that we couldn't necessarily understand today. They're not how much currency do you have. It's about how much land do you have. I think the property qualifications for being enfranchised is like 10 minas, which I'm led to believe is an area of land. I'll put up on the screen, I'll fact check myself and tell you if mina represents maybe a financial representation of that land. But I think the mina actually works out to some acreage functionally. In order to participate, generally speaking, you need to have like 10 minas minimum. In order to be like a general, you need to, or so like a big archon, you need to have like 100 minas so that the qualifications for the higher offices go up. But what you're able to do with property qualifications is be enfranchised to vote. And what are you voting for? You're voting for the 9 archons. So the 3 big archons are still there, though under Draco, presumably they're weaker. But those 9 and some additional treasurers who are going to be the experts on the finances, they're all going to be elected. In addition, in this period of time, you're still going to have the Council of Areopagus, this more or less aristocratic council made up of former archons, but that composition is going to shift because in order to be on the Council of Areopagus, in order to do things like try cases for homicide, which is one of the only Draco laws that's going to survive into the democratic era. In order to be on this Council of Areopagus, instead of just being a former archon, actually, it's going to be chosen by lot from those who have been given the franchise through property qualifications. William, what does it mean to be chosen by lot? Well, it basically means it's random. It's functionally like if you got a bunch of balls like the lottery and you did that thing where you spin and all the balls go around and then you pull one out, right? You basically put all the enfranchised citizens into a big pile and you randomly select one. This little note card is going to represent that. And it's like, oh, KeaneThe. That's a good ancient Greek name. KeaneThe, you've been selected to be on the Council of Areopagus. So there is a development there and it's a little bit random. And as you'll notice, there are more people who are involved. So it's slightly more democratic, I suppose. Now, did they, actually do the twisty roll thing? I'm going to put up a photo of how later iterations of Athenian actual democracy are going to do things by lot. There's these sophisticated machines that help to make it random. I don't know how it happened in the time of the Draco Constitution, but the point is that to be on the Council of Areopagus in this period of time, you're actually selected by lot. Now, why would Draco be involved in weakening the Areopagus? Presumably because he wants to be the tip-top dog. I'm not totally sure. But the point being that there is going to be an evolution of the Council of Areopagus at this time. And this seems like a good moment to bring up a question that is essential to our conversation about what democracy actually is and when we can pronounce it dead if we're going to say how it died. And one of the ways, and I really think the critical way to understanding democracy is to look at the word power. Okay, now I've got my old notes here, how they die. You've got all ignore the green. We're just looking at the blue here, power. So remember the word democracy, demokratia, is the demos and kratia, power. So demokratia, democracy, is power with the masses, right? The power with the masses. So as we go along through our exploration here, we're going to be asking the question, where is the power actually concentrated? If we can see that the power is concentrated in the demos, or arguably if the power is distributed in interesting ways with the demos included, we might have a democracy on our hands. That's why in this moment here, in the 7th century version of Athenian Constitution, the power is with the magistrates, with the Council of Areopagus, with these enfranchised people, with pretty strict property qualifications, with Draco, and with tyrants, with kings before that. None of this describes power with the ordinary citizen. And therefore, these are not democracies. I almost forgot. I also put the word authority on here. And the reason is because I'm kind of using, this isn't like a formal way of doing this. I'm kind of winging it, but I wanted to use Max Weber's idea of power and authority as a way of framing all of the different systems of government that we're going to be looking at today. Now, in Weber's political theory, power is the ability in any given circumstances to impose your will by force upon others. So, I don't want to be crude here, but like if you want to, force someone to do what you want and you're physically stronger than they are, you could force feed them, right, by holding them down, right? That means you have power over them. Authority in the Weberian, that is the Max Weber paradigm of what power and authority are. Authority is a different manifestation that says, what are the odds that if you give an order, if you say, this is my will, this is what I want, that someone will obey, someone will comply. It implies a level of voluntarism, a level of doing something without that physical force that power entails, right? Somebody doesn't hold you down, but you volunteer. You say, oh, I will do that. Now, authority comes in different versions, right? You can have the authority that comes from being someone who is a strict ruler, right? You're a teacher, perhaps in a classroom, and you say, do it, right? And you hope that your authority, even if the student doesn't want to do it, hopefully they will do it because they respect your authority, right? You don't have to physically, hold their head above the book, right? And somehow manipulate their eyes to read the words. You say, read that, student, and they do it. That's authority, right? Power is when you physically do it. So I'm going to be coming back to that throughout the video, that Weber dichotomy of power. Again, it's not an official way. It's not like any of the sources here that I went through use this. I'm just kind of winging it. But I think it's a good way to look at democracy, because you could say, do the demos have the physical power to enforce their will? And do the demos have the authority to say, hey, if this is what we want, this is what happens, right? In a more representative modern democracy, you would hope that when the masses say, we want better roads, we want education, we want healthcare, that they would have the authority to impose that on the people who actually are in government offices. And we'll see that in democracy, this power and authority is going to go up and down and up and down. There's no perfectly clean way to say, okay, power is now enough with the demos that it absolutely is a democracy. We can make educated assertions, right? But but within even the same society and the same or in different time periods, the power of the demos is going to fluctuate. And we were looking at Pericles from the 5th century BC. And if you read about Pericles, you'll find that actually he was an elected general, but there's a lot of evidence to suggest that he was kind of running the show in Athens. And maybe he was doing that with the consent of the people, but were the people, in which case the people perhaps have authority over Pericles and that he does what they want, maybe. But do they have the power to impose their will? Are they participating in government offices in a way that is decisive in terms of the demos having authority and power over the situation? Maybe not. So we'll have to get a little bit more precise with our words. And when we compare that to the next century, when the people, there is no Pericles, but there's like this, rotating group of leaders and things. But nonetheless, the average people are going to be running the government, are going to be running the actual executive council of Athenian democracy, are going to be rotating in and out of office, are going to be participating in like 3 or 4 monthly assemblies and jury courts. And they're going to put philosophers like Socrates to death without the possibility of appealing that decision, because the power itself is going to be with the demos, right? That moving of power, that is the core of what we want to explore today. Because when that core shifts, that's when we need to ask the question, has democracy died? I forgot to say one thing about that last draconian constitution, which is that there's this quote from Aristotle, or from the student of Aristotle, describing how the demos, the normal people, and the aristocrats, the oligarchs, start to have tension in this period. And there are hostile camps until ... until a man named Solon comes to the picture. By shared consent, there is a man named Solon who's going to come in the early 6th century BC, around 594. He's going to be chosen to help stabilize this system, which is experiencing some serious turmoil. Now, Solon's an interesting character because he is modest in terms of wealth, but he's pretty well born. And so he kind of represents this middle class in Athenian society, that not the kind of middle class in a capitalist society we would understand, but just someone who's kind of in the middle of it all in Athens. Perhaps in the ancient constitution, you would have only the masses who are basically without any property, and then you'd have the people at the very top, right? And as Athenian democracy begins to emerge, as Athens' constitution begins to change, there's going to be people who find themselves kind of in the middle. And Aristotle is going to start to talk about how these people who are kind of in the middle, the middling class, are going to be the key to finding balance in government. One point of clarification I have not made up until this point is that when we were talking about the ancient Athenian constitution, we are not talking about a literal piece of paper, a document. The American Constitution is written down. We are talking about a series of traditions. We are talking about the form of government, its constitution, its a construction, how the government exists, and it's what it like is comprised of. And if you've ever played Dungeons and Dragons, right, you have that constitution stat, right? Constitution is functionally acts as your health in D&D. Your modifier goes up if you have more constitution. Constitution basically represents what you're made of. In a political sense, that's also what a constitution is when we're talking about Athens or even the United Kingdom in modern days. It's the constitution is what are you made of? You know, what constitutes your form of government? It is not a document that is then, from the ancient times, from the kings, then in ancient Athenian democracy, we modify the piece of paper to talk about the Areopagus. And then in the times of Draco, we enfranchised people, we added an amendment, and now Solon's going to make more amendments. No. That's not how this is going. The Constitution is just what the Constitution is the form that the polity, that the form that Athenian governance is going to take. Now, Solon is brought in to help modify the situation in a way that allows for some stability in Athens, so that the lower class, the upper class, and even the middle class are not fighting amongst themselves, but can operate in a better way. And Solon is brought in, but Solon is not a tyrant. According to legend, he is going to actually help reform the laws and end some of these disputes, or at least attempt to end some of these disputes. And then he's going to bail. He's going to say, hey, I've helped you make the laws. The laws are good. Everyone should obey the laws, right? That's the precedent. Remember Pericles was talking about obey the laws and magistrates. Solon is asserting this value, over a century earlier, math. Solon is asserting, hey, obey the laws. I'm out. And Solon actually leaves, according to legend, he leaves to Egypt for 10 years and says, you guys figure it out. I'm gone. So you guys will either respect the laws or it won't work out. Spoiler, it doesn't really work out. But the point is that Solon is going to be brought in as this mediator, but he's not going to rule as a king. He's not going to really rule as a tyrant. He's going to help change things. And then he's going to step away from power. He's almost like Athens' version of Cincinnatus or George Washington in that way. He's going to be given power, and then he's going to voluntarily hand it right back. So what does Solon do? Well, in order to help, now, is this Athenian democracy now? Here we are in 594 BC. After Solon, are we in a period of democracy? Is the power with the demos? Again, the answer is no. Why do we talk about Solon? Why does the Wikipedia page, Wikipedia being the greatest source of intellectual altruism in human history, why when we open that Wikipedia page, presumably, I'll put it up on the screen, is Solon's reforms like chapter 1 or chapter 2, right, of that Wikipedia page? Is because Solon moves Athens in that democratic direction. He sets some of the precedents, like we talked about, like with obedience to the laws. He is not, however, going to form a democratic society. He's also, himself of good birth. That would be aristocratic, right? And he's of middling wealth. Solon is going to establish a precedent in Athenian society that wealth is more important than how you're born. Now, that's the difference in our traditional sense between an aristocracy, a government of high-born people, a few high-born people, and oligarchy, a form of government that is derived from the wealthy. The few, the wealthy run the system. Now, We're going to get some different definitions of from Aristotle, for example, of what aristocracy is. I don't want to introduce that right now and confuse you. The point is that Solon is going to say how you're born is not as important as how much wealth you got. And he's going to do something in his reforms to help people perhaps start to build some wealth and therefore to start to participate in politics in a way that they couldn't before. More people, once you get to enough people participating in politics, eventually you might call them a mass of people, right? And then we might call them the masses, the demos, and we might have a democracy. But we're not there yet. We're going to move in that direction, though, in a couple ways. One, Solon in his reforms is going to abolish people's loans, and he is going to abolish the institution of debt bondage. That is, if you owe people money, they can basically force you to become an indentured servant in order to pay off that debt. If you don't have the physical capital to do that, they can say, okay, well, you're going to sell me, or I'm going to take your labor in order to enforce your debt to me. He's going to abolish that. So that's going to be a way of, if you owe money and then the next day you don't owe money, your net worth is higher, right? So you're going to have more wealth, or at least you might be moving more towards zero wealth, but zero is better than negative. And so therefore, in a society in which politics is more determined by wealth, remember the previous constitution under Draco, it was like these harsh property requirements in order to participate in government. Those are going to start to drop under the reforms of Solon. The second thing that Solon is going to introduce is an idea that people can appeal to jury courts. Perhaps at this time, this is literally the ecclesia, that is the assembly. We don't know for sure. Someone can fact check me in the comments if I'm wrong on that. But the point being that one of the reforms is that people can appeal for a redress of grievances to jury courts, to the law, to the institutions of the Athenian government. And you don't need to be of a particular kind of person, a particular wealth in order to do that. Everyone can do it. And so therefore, law is going to see all Athenian citizens as equal. And equal, at least in their ability to get redress for their grievances if they feel they've been wronged in some way. This is the principle Pericles was talking about in his funeral oration of isonomia. Athenian citizens in Athenian democracy, Athenians are equal before the laws. Now, some of this other constitution, like the actual division of government in Athens is not super pertinent, but I just want to cover it briefly so you can kind of see this evolution, because I think it's interesting. And if you're sitting here listening to me still, you probably also think it's interesting. Solon reorganizes society. Number one, he starts this process of kind of making the Council of Elders, this aristocratic Areopagus, to be less relevant. And he leaves with them the ability to try homicide cases from the era of Draco, but the power in Solon's reforms is going to start to move to something called the Council of 400. The Council of 400 is going to be comprised of 100 people per tribe of Athens. And if you have 4 tribes, which we'll talk about in a second, if you have 4 tribes and 100 per tribe, you get the Council of 400. It's this group of hundreds of people that are then going to set the agenda for the assembly, the ecclesia. So it's still only 400 people as opposed to thousands of people as the ancient Athenian democratic assemblies are going to be. It's only 400 people deciding the agenda of the ecclesia. Nonetheless, this is more people than just Draco setting the agenda, or the Areopagus setting the agenda, or even before that, the ecclesia perhaps existing as a place to air grievances, but having no power in terms of lawmaking or trying cases. Remember, the assembly and the demos in Athens is going to end up being a mix of legislature and judicial functions. The Council of 400 is going to be the thing that sets the agenda for the ecclesia. I mentioned there were 4 tribes. Solon, it's going to functionally divide Athens as a city-state into these areas, these districts. Cleisthenes, who's going to come next, is going to do that even more. But the point is that the drive here from Solon is to start to disentangle faction. That is, disentangle loyalty politically to people of your class. So if you're super wealthy, your political loyalties probably lie with your class, right? In fact, in a Marxist discourse, in terms of like Karl Marx, who's going to come in the 19th century, he's going to say that history is driven by class conflict. Solon maybe would have bought into that idea, because Solon is going to say we need to find a way to get wealth disentangled from political loyalties and birth aristocratic, background away from political loyalties. I'm going to create 4 tribes that are more geographic in nature. And the idea is that you are going to start to associate with your geographical group, and it's going to create an alternative loyalty than to your class group. Under the reforms of Cleisthenes, this is going to go even further as he creates something called demes that are going to be geographic areas that it's almost like gerrymandered districts of today. They're going to kind of cut through oceanic coastal areas, or cut through rural areas, or be circled around a city. And you're going to start to identify with these geographical places as opposed to your class. And what does that functionally do for an evolving constitution that we know is headed, generally speaking, in the direction of power being with the demos, with the masses? Well, generally speaking, if you start to break apart faction, if you start to say, I associate with geography and my class, perhaps in the time of Solon, what that is going to do is start to cut power, right? Power is going to start to be divided. Power is going to be harder to concentrate. If you're loyal only to people of your wealth, it's easier for you to all get together and impose your will on society. But if your loyalties are divided among your village and your class and your wealth and your aristocratic background, you start to have more than one identity. And then when political conflict comes up, it might be harder for you to coalesce with people who think just like you. Power is diffused. And Solon is also going to divide society into 4 classes. So you can start to see these divisions, these chops that he's going to be making. Now, Solon is not like an egalitarian guy. He's going to create 4 tiers of classes of wealth, basically. But nonetheless, by creating these divisions, he is, again, reducing the power of any one group. And so he creates 4 classes, Pentakosia Medimi. You don't need to remember that. I don't remember that. It's the highest class. It's the people that are going to hold the biggest offices. These are the people that are going to become the archons. The Zugite, these are a property class. These are maybe the middling people, I believe. I'll put that up on the screen to fact check myself. Knights, the 3rd class of people. My understanding is these might be more the aristocratic class. Again, I'm going to put that up on the screen. And the one that we really need to know, though, the one that actually matters, and the reason I don't have these other 3 memorized perfectly like an encyclopedia, is because the Thetes are functionally the masses. Functionally, the Thetes are any citizen in Athens. They're now going to be participating in politics. The Thetes are not going to be eligible for office. They're not going to be holding the office of archon, but they are going to be participating in the ecclesia. They are going to be participating in the jury courts, the Heliaea in Athens. The Thetes are going to have a stake in government in a real way for the first time. The masses, the citizens, regardless of where you come from, who you are, what you're born to, how much money you have, suddenly the amount of wealth it takes to participate. If you look at this in the big picture way, what Solon is doing is taking away a lot of the property qualifications that it takes to participate in politics and hold office. It is moving us towards what Pericles described as a world in which your poverty is irrelevant to your ability to take on the duties of being an Athenian citizen, which is the thing that I want to underscore again. Solon is really big on the duty thing. This is a motif that we're going to see in Athens that questionably is not going to carry on into the present day. And I want you to just keep an eye on it. All right. But here we are, 6th century BC. Solon is big on duty. If you are not engaged with the state in this Solonian constitution of Athens, if you are not participating in your duties as a citizen, you will lose your citizenship. Remember, Pericles said those who do not participate in politics are not just unambitious, they are useless. Solon, a century and a half earlier, is establishing that precedent and saying, hey, if you're not going to participate in politics, you're going to lose your citizenship. Right? Draco, early on, he said if you're part of the council and you don't attend, if you're elected by lot and you don't attend, you're going to be fined. You have to participate. Our society is too small and our system depends on everyone chipping in a little bit. It is your duty. It is a practical necessity for you to participate. And spoiler alert, I'm going to argue that as we develop into actual democracies, this duty aspect is part of how a democracy survives, how a democracy does not die. A democracy is eroded, is damaged when the average person does not participate in politics, or at least does not have knowledge enough to participate when they're expected to. Modern society is complicated. You're not going to be necessarily drawn out of work to participate in politics, except in the case of jury duty and voting. But besides those two procedures, you're generally speaking going to have the option in a modern society to never vote. In American society, oftentimes like 50 to 60% of people, depending on what cycle of the election we're in, whether it's a presidential or a midterm cycle or even an off-year election, a very strong majority of people in off-year elections just don't show up at all, right? And beyond voting, because I think one of the flaws of the way that we frame democracy and political participation in our modern society, one of the ways we frame being a citizen, one of the ways we frame civic participation is going out and voting every 4 years, right? That's not good enough. And I think that we should be looking back. This is me editorializing if you haven't noticed. I think that when we're looking back, one of the lessons we can take from ancient democracy is the idea that democracy needs participation. In the Draco era and the Solon era, this was forced. This was enforced participation. In the modern day, we have places where you can get fined for not voting, but generally speaking, everything is opt-in or opt-out. Now, am I advocating for forcing people to participate in politics? Maybe not, but I am advocating for the idea that people must be in order to have a functioning society. In a world in which everyone is disconnected from politics or are too unaware, or only showing up to vote every now and again, and otherwise are just catching headlines, if there's not a strong political and civic culture in society, how are you going to be able to participate? How are you going to be able to hold power as a demos if you don't know what that actually means? And in our society, we've relinquished a lot to our representatives. We're going to talk about some of that tension as we go along. But when you relinquish power to representatives to make decisions for you in a complex society, there's a compromise being made there, in that if you're not directly participating, you have to rely on your authority as a citizen over your elected officials rather than your power as the demos. Something is lost. So therefore, we should skip forward to an era in Athenian democracy in which participation, this aspect of duty, this power down to the demos, hits its stride. In order to get there, we need to talk about who Aristotle calls a, quote, extreme democrat, Cleisthenes. I think I quoted Aristotle as saying Cleisthenes was an extreme democrat. I actually meant to say Pisistratus or Pisistratus was someone who's going to come between Solon and Cleisthenes. Now, Pisistratus is the extreme democrat. Now, when Solon leaves to Egypt for 10 years, as legend has it, and he writes these poems about all the reforms he tried to do, and he says, everyone obey the laws and the magistrates, let's rock it. I did my bit, now y'all do your bit. Well, it turns out actually that everything's not going to be okay. and actually what happens is that Athenian society at this moment is actually going to devolve into a tyranny. It's going to have a singular leader. Now, tyranny in this circumstance might not mean the way that we understand tyranny. So for the purposes of this little section, let's consider tyranny to be a little bit kinder, as in having just one premier top ruler who runs the show. The person who's going to evolve and the person who's going to emerge and be the tyrant of Athens as the two camps of the wealthy and the non-wealthy and the aristocratic and the thetes and the everyone in between continue to fight amongst each other. And when the archonships are going to sit empty and when there's going to be lots of struggle, what's going to actually happen is an extreme democrat named Pisistratus is going to emerge. I'll put his name up on the screen. He's going to stage a coup with what Aristotle calls, quote, club bearers, or the student of Aristotle who's writing, presumably, in the Constitution of Athens. Club bearers. So power by force. They're going to go up to the Acropolis and they're going to stage a coup. It's going to happen in the 550s, 546 BCE, roughly speaking. Solon is actually still around, but he's an old man. He's presumably returned from Egypt by this time. He's going to come back. He's an old elderly man. And there's really not much that Solon can do to stop this tyrant from taking office. But one of the interesting things about what is written in the Constitution of Athens is that Pisistratus himself, though he carries the word tyrant, and to us in modern times, the word tyrant is a strong word to mean someone who's like super disciplinarian, autocratic, maybe mean. We imagine like, I'm a tyrant. Actually, in the Constitution of Athens, this tyrant, Pisistratus, is, quote, administrating more like a, temperate constitutional government. We'll talk about what constitutional government means a little bit later. He's, quote, humane and mild and ready to forgive. So Pisistratus comes in with club bearers. He's going to be evicted and brought back in a couple times. He's going to be exiled and then he's going to come back. And it is actually this moment in which we have someone who's the premier leader of Athens, this is not a democracy. This is theoretically a step backwards if we're talking about democratic development of Athens. And yet Pisistratus is not going to be derided universally, particularly not here in the Constitution of Athens. He's called mild, humane. What's the deal? Well, the deal is that, we're going to talk a little bit later about what Aristotle writes in his Politics about how governments evolve, how they fall. Polybius, the Roman historian, who's also going to be examining Athenian history and Athenian democracy, is also going to bring up this idea that when you give the masses too much power, that might lead to tyranny. And Polybius is going to say it naturally leads to tyranny. Plato and Aristotle are going to suggest that there is a risk of it going to tyranny. Of course, Plato is going to have a real good reason to think that democracy leads to tyranny, because democracy, the democracy of Athens, is going to put his teacher Socrates to death in 399 BC. It kind of makes sense though, right? Like, if everything around you is looking pretty chaotic, you might want a strong man to come in and bring in law and order. This is not an unfamiliar pattern to modern political ears. So again, Pisistratus is going to fill this vacuum, this absence of law, this conflict that comes dating back before Solon, but then Solon is going to, try to reform, but is going to ultimately fail to really solve the problems of the conflict within Athenian society. Pisistratus is going to come in and be a tyrant. He's going to run things, and things are going to look a little bit more calm for a while. But then the two sons of Pisistratus are going to take over. One of them is named Hippias, and one of them is called, note card, help me out here, Hipparchus. HIPP is the common denominator there, I guess, for both of their names. Beautiful names for your baby boys. Anyone out there with a son named Hipparchus, leave a comment down in the comments section. I want my son to have a name that sounds like a giant African animal that lives in a swamp. Hippias becomes tyrant for about 17 years, one of the sons of Pisistratus, and he actually lives up to the modern connotation of tyrant. He's a harsh person. He's going to be a harsh leader for 17 years until, coincidentally and interestingly, the Spartans are going to go and evict him from Athens. Now, why do the Spartans do this? Well, the legend has it that the Spartans went to the Delphi oracle and asked, and these are, the Athenians and the Spartans, this is not secular government here, right? This is spiritual people. They have, both societies are going to have kings. They might not be like authoritarian kings or autocratic kings there, but they're going to be people basically with the name kings who are going to do religious ceremonies predominantly. And so governance in this period of time, as modern as some of these constitutions might look, is in other ways going to seem very strange to us, right? And one of the strange ways is that the Spartans are going to make a governing decision based on the oracle at Delphi. They're going to come in and they're going to get rid of the tyrant of Athens, Hippias, because this, oracle woman tells them to. Fascinating. There are two new rival leaders, 508 BC. Athens devolves into factions again. There's a guy named Isagoras. There's a guy named Cleisthenes, who we're going to talk about next. Cleisthenes is going to win the struggle for power in Athens, and he's going to do so to become the paramount leader in Athens by imploring the masses. Here they are, the demos, the masses. He's going to implore the masses. He says, I will enfranchise all of you if you just help me beat my rival Isagoras. Here, finally, an hour and a half, I don't know how long I've been talking, but here we are now at a point where Pericles himself would recognize the version of Athens that we are discussing. This is the Athens of Cleisthenes when the demos is going to show up and do some stuff, and this is Athenian democracy. So let's talk about it. Constitution of Athens. Aristotle or his student writes, Cleisthenes called in the people by offering franchise to the masses, and he becomes, quote, the chief and popular leader in 508 BC. What does Cleisthenes, sometimes written with a K, do that makes Athens a democracy, or about as close as we're going to get until the 300s BC? Well, he's going to reform again the tribal system set up by Solon in his reforms. 4 tribes from Solon. How about we go with 10 tribes? And again, the 10 tribes are going to be coastal, rural, urban. People are going to be divided among those tribes into 10 more divisions called demes, which also have these other functional things I wrote down, but aren't that super important to have memorized. These trities, and I don't know, there's other names for like subdivisions. One of the strategies that Cleisthenes takes is, again, to divide people's identities in different ways. And one of them primarily is the deme. People are going to start to, in their little districts of their tribe, are going to start to name their children after the deme that they're a part of, as opposed to perhaps their, bloodline or something that would have been happening in ancient Athens. So people are going to start to identify with other areas or other areas of identity, other parts of identity. And in some cases, their literal area, the physical geographical place that they reside. Now, eventually in this conversation, we're going to talk about James Madison, one of the American founders, and he's going to talk about how to have democratic elements within a massive republic. And one of those strategies is to divide political interests over a large area so that no one political interest is going to be able to control public affairs. That's something that Madison is writing in Federalist 10 in the 1780s. And here we are, a little bit before 1780, just a little bit, 508 BC. Cleisthenes is not necessarily doing this over a large geographical area. The city-state of Athens is not big, but what he is doing is beginning to divide these interests, just like Solon did, to make sure that political factions start to be divided so that no one can dominate society. The 10 tribes, the 30 demes, they're all going to have these elaborate systems of selecting by lot, that is, randomizing citizens into categories that are then going to be part of the Council of 500, called the Boule or the Boule. I'm not sure. I do not read or write either ancient Attic Greek or Homeric Greek, or any Greek for that matter. That's why I have relied on the authors I've cited in the description to do that for me. The Council of 500, you'll notice that's 100-ish more than 400. I think that math works out. I'm kidding. Of course, I'm being facetious. The Council of 500, you might be wondering, how is that comprised? Well, the 10 tribes each send 50 to the Council of 500, chosen by lot. That makes up the Boule or the Boule, which is then going to set the agenda for the assembly that is going to meet at the Pnyx, Pnyx. I've actually physically, I've been to Athens. I've been to this spot where the assembly would meet. There weren't any tour guides there. It was really just a grassy knoll. Sorry, I just kicked my thing. And so I to this day, I don't know how it's pronounced, but it doesn't matter. It's this legendary place. Really cool. Not because of it. I mean, it really does just kind of look like a grassy place with like a ledge where there would be presumably people could get up and speak. Nonetheless, when you think about all the things that were debated and done there, it is, you're just stood in awe that we have this fascinating tradition. So we have the equality before the law, isonomia. We had the origins of that in the Solon years. We're going to have some more things that are going to come from Cleisthenes that are going to help us avoid that one faction or even just like one popular leader can come to dominate, just like Pisistratus did, which he wasn't so bad, but his son Hippias, remember, he was an actual tyrant. He was bad. Draco, perhaps. The idea here, again, we're dividing the power. And we get this very famous way of doing it through the reforms of Cleisthenes. The ecclesia is given the power to do something called ostracism. Ostracism. The idea behind ostracism is that if somebody's getting too big for their britches in Athenian society, a wannabe tyrant, a wannabe demagogue, the ecclesia actually has the power to send them away. to ostracize them. They take a vote. The process is they take a vote. If someone gets enough votes in the ecclesia and the assembly, which at this period of time, we're now talking about thousands of people meeting at the Pnyx, thousands of male citizens meeting. If somebody gets enough votes, they are not immediately ostracized. There's a cooling off period of a couple months. Everyone comes back. They take a vote again. There's a way that they make sure that everyone stays within the Pnyx, so there can't be like manipulation of those votes. And if you get, I believe, a plurality of all eligible votes up to a certain threshold, you are ostracized. Ostracism means you are in exile. After 10 days, you have 10 days to pack your things. Then you're gone for 10 years, nice round number there. However, after those 10 years, you can come back. Presumably politics has moved on from you in those 10 years. And if it hasn't, well, the assembly can ostracize you again. Interestingly, as well with ostracism, it is not as though Athens is saying you're dead to me, get out. It's just saying get out, because when you're ostracized in this process, you retain your citizenship as an Athenian. So when you come back, you can participate in politics again. The idea is just to, again, reduce the power of faction, reduce the power of one wannabe tyrant. It is not to strip someone of their citizenship and to send them far, far away forever. It's a 10-year period. And it is a way, you'll notice, for the people to have power and authority. Now, presumably, the demos and the ecclesia could forcibly remove you. That would be the Weber's version of power. They also, if someone's ostracized, this is an exercise of their authority. The person will leave because they assume that if they don't, the assembly has the power to actually make that happen anyway. It's not immediate that ostracism begins. The power is there, but it takes a while. I believe it's somewhere in the 490s or 480s when ostracism is first actually used, but the power is there, and the power is moved in the direction of the demos, the demos. Cleisthenes says, I will enfranchise all of you with no property qualifications. All male citizens of Athens can now participate in the assembly. This is a huge transformation. This is when power is now moved into the hands of the masses, into the hands of the demos. There are also going to be in this period of time elected generals. And one is going to come from each tribe, and then there's still going to be a polemarch who's like the commander-in-chief, the head general of all of Athens. The reason that's important is because someone like Pericles is going to be elected general, and he's going to be elected general again and again and again, and he's going to start to amass power in Athens. Pericles is someone who's going to describe democratic Athens, but is going to have amassed so much power at that time that the question becomes, where was the power in that society, in that 50 years later or 70 years later? How is power going to be, if we try to imagine power as a physical manifestation somewhere, is it going to be down here with the demos, or is it going to be up here with an elected guy named Pericles with the consent of the governed? The more the power is concentrated down, the more we can call that democratic, the more pure and direct that iteration of democracy. But again, electing generals is an important part of the Cleisthenic reform, Cleisthenic, whatever. After 490, that is, 490 is the year in which the Battle of Marathon takes place. Remember when we started, we talked about how the Persian Empire under Darius I is going to come rolling into Attic Greek world. They're going to first go to Western Anatolia and bring down some places like Ionia, which are going to try to revolt and stop their subjugation by Darius. The Athenians are going to participate in that revolt by the Ionians. They're going to go and help the Ionians. That's going to delay the invasion of Attic Greek a little bit because the Persians are going to kind of lick their wounds from that revolt, even though they ultimately do conquer and win over the Ionians. Nonetheless, they have to kind of regroup, and then they come into Attic Greek in the 490s BC. We have the big Battle of Marathon, the famous thing where we have Philippides who runs from the battleground of Marathon. He runs the famous, 26.1 miles of a marathon to Sparta to ask for aid. They're not going to provide it, but there's Plataeans and other allies of Athens that are going to participate in that Battle of Marathon. They're going to, even though they're outnumbered, win that battle over the forces of Darius I of the Persian Empire. They're going to repel them out of Attica. The Persians will be back, but the point is that there is a moment here in 490 BC where all of the people that participated in Athenian military, like all these male citizens, remember, we're not talking about like a huge place, right? So a large proportion of the male citizenry is now not just hoplites, right? Like in the era of Draco, you could be enfranchised if you were able to, or if you were able to like furnish your own weaponry, right? Or if you were to have property qualifications. So in order to really be enfranchised in Athens prior to the democratic era, you would need to have wealth, and you would need to have enough wealth in order to basically make yourself a hoplite warrior. But in this period, we being Athens, someone out there says we need rowers. We need ordinary people to move our triremes, to participate in battle, to help us defend ourselves against the Persians. And when they get back from Marathon, presumably, we don't have like a lot of firsthand accounts of this, obviously. We get our information trickled in from ancient sources. There's a demand effectively for political power for these people that were male citizens that participated in the war. And they want to accrue even more political power. And so we move on to an era in which the archons themselves are elected by lot, aka the ordinary people are no longer ineligible to hold the office of archon. A normal person, a normal citizen, I should say, in Athens can become one of the archons. They can become the eponymous archon. They can become the king who oversees those religious ceremonies. They can become the polemarch, though I'd have to double check my facts there to see if the polemarch was an elected office like the other generals at this time. Part of the reason they're elected is because there's a certain set of skills that are needed by a general, or there's other offices like treasurers where actually they're not selected by lot. They're not randomized, because there is an understanding that, you know, if you just plop some random person in the front of the battlefield and say, lead the troops, my friend, that person might not know what the heck they're doing. And the Areopagus in this period of CartledgeDemocracy is going to be weakened even more. They're going to lose their responsibility for guarding the laws. So they're basically going to become an ineffectual, irrelevant body in the politics. The Council of 500 is going to set the agenda for the Ecclesia. The Ecclesia is going to have all these interesting powers of judging, and of things like ostracization. The Areopagus is going to be made more irrelevant. Now, they're going to be made ultimately like super duper irrelevant by Pericles in his era. They're going to reassert themselves after the era of Cleisthenes for a little bit, but all these little minor details aren't so important. Over the general direction where what was in the ancient constitution, this aristocratic place of former archons, and the archons are only the highest of society by birth. Now, this not only is there some randomness to the Areopagus, but they're also not going to have as much power as they used to. So the power is moving out of the tippy top, and we're moving into a democratic Athenian system. So we've already gone a little bit through Pericles, so I don't want to belabor the Periclean part of Athenian democracy in the 430s BC during the Peloponnesian War, at least the first year of the Peloponnesian War, when at the end he gives that famous funeral oration. However, I do want to bring up a couple of the reforms that Pericles brought about, because they are important precedent-setting reforms. One of them being that the Areopagus is made completely irrelevant in the era of Pericles. It's going to make a little bit of a comeback later on as a compromise. Pericles is also going to have the Athenians focus on having a strong navy that's going to lead them into the incident with Corcyra and Corinth that's going to eventually start the Peloponnesian War. The Peloponnesian War is going to last from about 431, 432 until 404 BC. Here's the thing. Pericles, this great leader of Athens, he gives that funeral oration, 431. Everybody in Athens is moving into the cities. They're all coming from the countryside. They're crowding in, and they're doing it for defensive reasons, but they also coincidentally are there to listen. That's why I'm doing this bizarre body gesticulation. They're there to hear Pericles speak, but there's a big problem. There is a plague that arrives in Athens around this time because everyone's all congested in together. And Thucydides' description of the plague is fascinating. A fascinating examination of human nature. The plague takes a lot of lives. It takes the lives of Pericles. And this is the moment when we are told that things get a lot worse in Athens. Thucydides tells us, quote, when he, Pericles was dead, there was great change for the worse. So, for example, there was this famous incident of Cleon and Diodotus, and I covered this years and years ago on my channel on a video about the problems with democracy and presidential primaries. I'm going to just touch it briefly here because I think it's a fascinating way of seeing how Athenian democracy had its flaws. There was a incident where there was a revolt of the Mytileneans during the Peloponnesian War. Mytilenia being one of the allies of Athens, in quotes, basically a subject city-state as part of Athens' empire. They didn't want to pay their dues for sustaining the war effort against the Peloponnesians, and so they revolt. So what happens? Well, the revolt is put down by the Athenians, and then a decision must be made by the assembly. What do we do with the Mytileneans that revolted? And famously in Thucydides' description, two people rise to argue about what should be done. And one of them is who Thucydides describes as, quote, the cause of corruption of democracy. His name was Cleon, quote, one of the most violent men in Athens. He was what we would call today a demagogue, a man who uses the idea of fear and strength to rile up the masses to do things that might not be virtuous. Cleon argues, don't listen to people who say to show mercy just because they have good abilities at making a speech. Ironically, he was making a speech at this moment to tell them not to listen to people who make speeches. Checkmate, Cleon. He says, what we should do with the Mytileneans that revolted against us is that we should kill all the men and enslave the women and children. We should show no mercy, because if we show mercy, then other city-states within our empire will learn that they can revolt and not suffer terrible consequences. Now, you and I, with our modern disposition, would say that sounds horrible. And lo and behold, people in the ancient world weren't that different from us. The idea of massacring everyone and enslaving the women and children sounds horrible. And so the thing is, though, that the assembly, under the influence of this demagogue Cleon, might decide to do it because it's like, well, if we don't do this massacre, maybe we'll have to do it again in the future. Maybe we're just delaying the inevitable. A man named Diodotus rises, a moderate man, rises before the ecclesia and the assembly, and he opposes the position of Cleon. He says, no. We should show mercy to the Mytileneans. It will be in our interest to do so. Diodotus frames this as a question of the interest of Athens. You'll notice he's matching Cleon's framing and saying, this isn't a moral question. It's a interest question. It's like, what's best for us, not what's best for them. And we'll never know whether Diodotus was making the argument sincerely, or whether he maybe deep down really cared about these lives. We don't know. But he makes the moderate position known. He says, we could murder every male citizen, we could enslave the women and children, but what lesson would that teach the rest of our empire? The rest of our empire would learn that if you oppose us, you should go down fighting with every little bit you have, because if you don't win, there will be a slaughter. So what does that incentivize? It incentivizes future revolts that will be unendingly vicious, because they know that at the end, if they should lose, that they will be absolutely obliterated. Therefore, it is in our interest to be moderate, because then we will get the reputation of being, a moderate, temperate empire that doesn't just massacre. And so if there is a revolt in the future, people won't fight tooth and nail against us. And the assembly, hearing Diodotus's argument, according to Thucydides, again, Thucydides gives us exact wording, but we're led to believe that these are just what the situation might have demanded. The assembly decides to go with Diodotus's proposal and not to execute all the male citizens of the Mytileneans and not to enslave the women and the children. And therefore, the moral of the story is what? The moral of the story is that democratic deliberation can make good choices, can make moral choices. Is that actually true? That's a question I'm posing to you, because here's a little bit more information for you. Diodotus, this moderate politician who wins the day, his life on the historical record begins and ends with that section in Thucydides. Cleon? Oh, Cleon's everywhere. Cleon doesn't go away after this debate. Cleon is far more well known to history than Diodotus, and therefore His demagoguery didn't work this one time with the assembly. But in order to accrue more power, in order to show up in the historical record more often, Cleon must have been able to manipulate the demos in the assembly more effectively over time, aka he lost this rhetorical battle, but he won the war for the power in the democracy. So therefore, democracy bad, right? I think what this anecdote speaks to is the need for democracy to have balance within it, to be a mixed system with checks and balances, to use modern phraseology, what Aristotle is going to call a mixed constitution. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Before we do, I did want to just point out the height of Athenian democracy, the era when the demos had the most power of all. And this is in the era after the Peloponnesian War, because I don't think I've mentioned this yet. Athens loses the war with Sparta. It starts in 431. 430, Pericles, after giving this wonderful speech, dies of the plague. And, Thucydides tells us that it's all downhill from there. In 404 BC, the Spartans win the war and they put down the democracy in Athens. This actually occurs twice during the war. In 411, there is a group of the 400, they're called, not to be mistaken with the Council of 400 oligarchs that come in to run Athens. They're gone within months. At the end of the war, so 404 BC, when officially there's this disastrous Sicilian expedition and a bunch of other things, and Sparta actually gets to Athens and sacks it, and they install 30 tyrants. Now, the 30 tyrants in 404 BC, again, Athenian democracy reasserts itself in 403 BC and comes back in its strongest iteration ever. I think one of the lessons from that is that you should not ever consider democracy actually down and out. We're going to be going through this video and talking about all the different iterations of representative democracy throughout history. We're not going to go into nearly as much detail or be as exhaustive as we are with Athens. We're just trying to establish a baseline with Athens. But the point is that as we're talking about how democracies die, I think you should also consider the fact that democracy can go away and be reborn. Really, any form of government can do that. Now, Polybius, the Roman historian, is going to make this sound like a natural thing, like the same physical phenomenon as gravity. No, not the same physical phenomenon, but the same category of things. Natural, that society constitutions of political systems will evolve from aristocracy to tyranny to democracy, back to tyranny to aristocracy, right? There's these cycles. It's an influential theory that gets a lot of traction actually in the modern day. You'll still hear people being like, history goes in cycles, right? A much more benign version of this is history repeats itself, or history doesn't repeat itself, it rhymes, right? I'm not saying that anyone who says that is a problematic, like cyclical historian, only to say that like Polybius's portrayal is not completely foreign to us. But to take a far more moderate position, which is what I'm trying to describe here, democracy might die and it might come back. Democracy might diminish and then it might be restored. It might go away forever. It does happen. There actually aren't that many things in history that we would even call democracies. Athens maybe being one of the few that we would call a direct democracy, and it is going to be one that is not going to last forever. Nothing really lasts forever. It gets a little existential the more you talk about it, because what really we're dealing with here is imperfect descriptions. Democracy is an imperfect description that describes the general phenomenon of power being concentrated down with the demos. But it doesn't always or actually ever mean full power with the demos. Actually, you know what? I'm going to write something down and make a cut. We're going to talk about that right now. Okay. I have wanted to talk about this for a long time now, like within this lecture. And every time it came into my head, I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to, I'll save it. I'm not saving it anymore. I don't know why I didn't want to talk about this right now, but we have to talk about it. Okay. We talk about power. We talk about the direction of power, right? And in the case of the Athenian democracy, we're talking about in the 300s BC, after the Peloponnesian War, but before the failure against the Macedonians is going to take place. And in 322, democratic Athens is going to cease to exist forever until modern Greek democracy. This is when the power is most concentrated in the demos, and the demos are going to be making huge decisions. The demos are going to be making decisions on law. They're going to be making judicial decisions. We're going to see that in just a second. They're going to be able to expel people through ostracization, though that practice is going to end. Actually, it's going to end a little bit before this in 411 BC. The demos are going to be the masters of the Constitution. The power is going to lie in the demos for almost every decision, and power is going to rotate. So people who hold office aren't going to hold it for more than a year. It's going to go to the next person. There's basically the mechanics of Athenian democracy. The mechanics of the democracy are to make sure that power never concentrates. It is down with the demos, but it's not concentrated with the demos. That is to say, it is divided into demes, all these local geographical phenomenon. It is divided amongst the masses in the assembly, right? There's thousands of people there. There's juries of hundreds, if not 1,500 people for high trials. Eventually, we are going to have a check on the demos, a check on the unconstitutional proposals. But who's going to adjudicate that? It's going to be a subsection of the demos. So the power is divided among the demos. It is not concentrated even among those who hold office. At least not for long. Okay. Imagine ideal types, okay? We're almost talking about like Hegelianism at this point, like idealism. Was it Kant who was ideal type? Somebody in the comment tell me. The idea is like when you talk about a theoretical perfect thing, right? That theoretically can't exist out in the physical world, can only imagine in your mind. So let us think about the ideal democracy. Let's use a different word to not be confusing. A pure direct democracy, right? There's never been such a thing in history that we know of. What would be a pure democracy on this end of the spectrum? A pure direct democracy would be the closest thing we have, at least that we have the most radical example we have with a substantial historical record is Athenian democracy. The demos, the people, are participating in all of the relevant decisions and all of the relevant manifestations of power. But even though that is the most radical version we have, is that a pure direct democracy? No. We can imagine a pure system that's even more democratic. Not just voting on all of the different public affairs of the state, but deciding literally everything as a vote, right? Maybe it's a majority rule vote or something else, but basically we're voting on everything. We're not just voting on like, do we go to war or not? Do we pass this law or not? Do we ostracize this person or not? Do we elect this general? We're voting on things like what like every decision that goes on is decided. So what will I have for breakfast this morning? Will I drink milk or orange juice? Let's let the demos decide. Everybody take a vote. What do you think? Does that sound outrageous and ridiculous? Well, yeah, it is, but that, we could imagine something way more democratic. How will I spend my day? Everybody take a vote. Who will I marry? Everybody take a vote. The democracy would start to invade people's private lives, right? The masses would decide everything. Can I go to the bathroom? Let's all take a vote. But my bladder, I gotta go. Hold on there, Jimmy. We're going to debate it. You're the fifth in the queue who needs to go to the bathroom. We're going to take a vote. I'm being a little silly here, but you can see that direct democracy, where every citizen participates in every decision. And you can imagine in a modern society where we have universal suffrage, everyone decides, right? Everyone with the right to vote decides in these political decision-making processes. That's a little bit wild. Obviously, this has never existed, but you would almost call that version of pure democracy so extreme, you could call it totalitarian democracy. That is, nothing happens without the express consent of the demos, of the power, the people, the masses. Now, on the complete other end of the spectrum, when we're talking about this democracy spectrum, right? What's the counterexample? What is the pure opposition to democracy? What is the antonym word to democracy? Well, generally it's autocracy. Autocracy is different. Autocracy, pure authoritarianism, pure totalitarianism in the hand, or in the hands, the two hands of the one person. That is to say, that there is rule by one and one only. We can imagine the closest approximation of this in political theory would have been Hobbes' Leviathan, writing in the 15th century in the aftermath of the English Civil War, which we will touch on. The Leviathan, the single ruler who has only to see to it that the people are defended in their physical safety from the state of nature, as Hobbes put it, this theoretical state of nature. That is the only limit on that power. Everything else, the king can do anything else. The Leviathan can do anything else as he rules his society. The original cover art, or one of the artistic cover arts of the Leviathan, has this like huge, princely, kingly looking thing, like Monty Python's version of God, up in the sky, telling people what to do, monitoring the people. So in a pure autocracy, one person's word is law. If we wanted to be even more extreme about it, we could say that there is a single God, and that God is manifested in a way that can literally tell people what to do and not to do in every single moment of their lives. The absolute most totalitarian thing you can do. Will I get up in the morning? Will I eat bacon, or will I have turkey bacon for breakfast? Will I go to work today? Will I, okay, we've already gone into all the various decisions people make in a day. It's decided by one person in this pure autocracy, political and private matters, right? And another analog, just real quick, could be like North Korea. North Korea, under Kim Il-sung, when that cult of personality was at its absolute peak in the 60s, when every home had to have an image in their home, the portrait of Kim Il-sung, and then eventually Kim Jong-il, and now Kim Jong-un. You don't go to bed at night without having an image of those leaders, somewhere hanging in your home, polished perfectly. If it's not perfect, you could be put into a Guanliso political prison camp. And really, there's no such thing as outside culture. Even things like Soviet political theory, Marxism, Leninism, that's gone. All we have is Juche from Kim Il-sung. Every aspect of your life is basically determined by this one single man, both private and public. Obviously, such a thing is not purely possible, but North Korea is arguably where we came the closest. Therefore, in this very simple ideal type spectrum, every other form of government and political constitution will fall in between these two extremes. We're going to talk a little bit later about pure democracy versus a pure republic, because when we start talking about republican governments, things get a little confusing. People often, conflate the term republic and democracy in a confusing way. We're going to solve that problem for you. But we could also talk about pure democracy versus pure monarchy, right? So an absolutist monarch might fall pretty close to this side of the spectrum as well. But the weird thing is, sorry, I misspoke there. The other side of that spectrum with pure monarchy could also be pure constitutional monarchy. So like imagine the UK's political system, which has democratic mechanics within it, would fall, somewhere over here closer to democracy, but they're still a monarch. They're a figurehead. They're the head of state, right? They have minimal political power, but they do exist, right? And it's more democratic than it is autocratic. It's not like the French king, the Sun King or something, who is very divine right of kings. I can do whatever I want. So the British monarch falls somewhere closer out to the democratic end of the spectrum, a democratic or constitutional monarchy and extreme monarchy, a pure democracy and a pure republic, a direct pure democracy period, and a pure autocracy or a totalitarianism period. And really, this side of the equation could also be totalitarianism, because everything is so democratic. The masses have so much in your private life, as well as not only public life, but also your private life, that it also becomes totalitarian once again, right? The two ends of the spectrum meet, to use the cliche. Okay, so now we can go back to what it was really quickly, the most radical version of democracy that we know of, besides like literal families of people where everyone, like the smallest political unit you can think of where everyone's equal, right? On a larger scale, on the scale of a city-state, tens of thousands, maybe 100,000 people, this is about as democratic as it got. And there's some common elements in here that we need to talk about, but let's just address the constitutional aspects first. What is the body politic in the Athenian constitution? It is all male citizens. All male citizens are expected to participate in politics. It is their duty to participate in politics. And the system has actually created a way to incentivize that participation Remember, Pericles says if you don't participate in politics, you are useless. Well, in order to incentivize that, one of the reforms of Pericles' age is to pay people for participation in jury courts. So it is to say, hey, if you're on a jury of your peers and you miss out on a day of work, we're going to pay you for that. Well, in the height of Athenian democracy in its purest form, the assemblies are meeting like 4 times a month, and people who attend them are paid to do so. Now, you might say it's a little wild, but remember, we in modern times, we pay people who are office holders, who are part of legislatures. It's not that crazy. It's also democratizing because it says that if you are of modest means, you can still be part of the political system, right? It's almost as if in our society, we held certain spots in the House of Representatives in the United States Congress. We said, okay, at least 50 of those are going to be working people. We're going to put you in there and we're going to pay you to make sure that you can still, pay your bills and have your private life, because political participation of the demos, of the masses, is so important to us. It's something we don't do today. Something that's foreign to us today is something that I think is inarguably more democratic than the current system, where, if you don't have the money to participate on a regular basis, if you're not retired, right? Retired people are stereotypically the most politically involved in like volunteering or attending the polls, right? When you go to vote, a lot of times the people volunteering there to take your ID and send you into the booth are retired. If you don't either have either the time or the wealth to have leisure, how are you going to participate in politics? Well, the Athenian solution to that is to pay people to participate in politics. All offices, with a few exceptions, I shouldn't use the word all there, the vast majority of offices are elected by lot. That means that people who hold magistracies are randomly selected out of the assembly. Fascinating. The assembly itself is often randomly selected by lot from the tribes, right? The people who run the executive council effectively, the people who actually run the day-to-day of government, it's a rotating annual thing. A tribe will, by lot, be selected to run basically the executive, the enforcer, or the administrator of laws in Athenian democracy. And even within, somebody's got to be in charge of that itself. Somebody's kind of like the head honcho within that. That also rotates and selected by lot from within the tribe that is running this executive that is chosen by lot. And they will serve for only 24 hours. I think the exact wording is like one night and one sunset and one sunrise or something like that. It's like you run it and then you're gone. So power doesn't stay. Juries. Again, since the era of Socrates, you're paid to participate in juries. Juries are chosen from the assembly by lot, and juries in this period are not professional. There is no judge. There is no professional attorneys. There are some people who are paid to make speeches. If you're a plaintiff or a defendant, you can pay someone to make a speech for you, but there's only amateur juries of the people. Imagine if you were accused of a crime and then 500 people from the community were just there to observe and to vote on whether you were guilty or not. That's what happened to Socrates in a Dicosteria, I believe. We only have the account of Xenophon and of Plato about the trial of Socrates. We don't know exactly what took place in his trial, other than the accusations were of corrupting the youth and what's the word for being sacrilegious, like not believing in the gods of Athens. For the bigger trials, like the ones like Socrates, where the implication could be death, even more people would participate. But again, Socrates spoke for himself, made his speech for himself. It was not as though he had a judge who would take objections, and then you have the attorneys for the whatever who are paid, who have gone to law school and passed the bar. None of that exists here. None of that exists here. The juries are simply regular old people. The demos is the judiciary. And if you think about our system of government, the legislature is separate from the judiciary, is separate from the executive, and they check each other, and they, there's competing separation of powers. It kind of dates back to this political theory of Montesquieu, which we'll touch on a little bit later. Where's the judiciary here? The judiciary's here. It's kind of in the assembly, and it's in both cases, it's the people, the demos. So it's not distributed. It's just the people are both the are both the judiciary and the legislature. Who's the executive? Who actually runs the government? Also the people, the Prytanes. I don't know if I pronounced that right. It's rotating by trial, one-day president selected out of the lot system. Again, just the demos. The council that sets the agenda for the assemblies, and again, doesn't even have final jurisdiction on most things. The Council of 500, selected by 50 by lot from each tribe. They're going to set the agenda for the assembly. Who are they? They are also just the people. There's no property qualification. You don't have to be part of the aristocracy. Your name gets kind of drawn from a lottery. The demos, the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive, the demos. There's a writ against unconstitutional proposals. That looks like a check on the power of the demos, right? If the assembly makes a decree, they start distinguishing the idea between law and decree in this period. If the assembly tries to pass a decree that doesn't comport with the previous constitutional machinations of Athens, we can check that power of the demos. How do we check the power of the demos? We'll have we'll have people on a council of the demos selected by lot to decide whether it's constitutional or not. So our solution to the demos, the check on the demos, is just a different machination and iteration of the demos. The people are all over this. Now, this is not private life. So remember, on our extreme spectrum of pure democracy, democracy doesn't really invade private life. There's this conception that Pericles put pretty well in his speech, that man can do what he likes outside of public life and then jumps into service or jumps into military life when it's necessary, and only when it's necessary, bravely, because they do have this separation of public and private. So we're not on this totalitarian side of democracy, but we are on a pretty intense version of pure direct democracy when it comes to power and decisions in the public sphere. Not only is the power there, but if you are perhaps not of a leisurely class who can't afford it, we'll pay you to participate in it because we are that determined to make sure that everyone, every male citizen is able to participate. And this is a good time as any to talk about our caveats here, because we're going to move on from Athenian democracy. And so therefore we need to talk about what people have come to perceive about Athenian democracy and what objections people have raised to my description of calling it, this is our starting point. This is the firing gun, right? Athenian democracy goes, there was nothing like it before in history. There's nothing like it ever again. Athenian democracy is the archetype. There's objections. We already talked about a couple of them. All male citizens participate. Okay, where are the women? Athens has an enslaved population. They don't get to participate. In fact, Aristotle, in his Politics, look, I took notes on Aristotle's Politics. Aren't you impressed? That's a joke. Aristotle's going to talk about, in his Politics, the role of an underclass, the role of slavery in an effective government. And it sounds pretty perverted and messed up to our ears, and it is. Think about it this way. From Aristotle's perspective, how is all of this possible? One of the ways democracy is possible is through pay. So if you're a working person, you need to take a day off to be at the assembly. We're going to pay you for your time. I think it's like 1.5 drachmas. I don't know what the heck that translates to, but roughly a day's wage. You're on a jury, you're on the assembly, you get paid. But there's a darker part of this too, which is that in order to have an engaged demos, an engaged mass of male citizens, you need, nonetheless, more people to keep society running. People who perhaps are not enfranchised. What is the role of Athenian women? The role of Athenian women will sound familiar only to political fascists. In my last video, we talked about how the fascists sees women as the progenitors of the fascist state by doing what? By producing more male men for the state. What is the role of women in Athenian democracy? Produce more Athenian male citizens in order to govern. Therefore, some argue that Athens, despite its name, democracy, is not one. And they have a damn good point. If we define democracy as the power with the people, with the demos, and universal suffrage, which modern democracy does, we must come to the conclusion then, because Athens excludes so many people, that it was not a democracy. Let me make the argument a little bit further, and then I'll add some subtlety to it. Let's make the argument even further. Aristotle argues you need an underclass of people, not just women who are just there to be progenitors and to do be part of the family. There's an underclass that's necessary, and in Athenian democracy, that was chattel slavery. People who were, in Aristotle's estimation, naturally such, often, though Aristotle does distinguish in the Politics between a natural and unnatural slave. It doesn't sound very appealing to us, and I don't have time to get into it right now, but in any event, what is the point of slavery in Athens? The point of slavery in Athens, at least part of it according to Aristotle, is to free up the male citizens to handle public affairs. Because if there were no enslaved class, the demos, the male citizens, would be too preoccupied with their private lives. The private lives would not be able to be effectively balanced with public life, and therefore this political system would not be able to function. What the slave does is they handle, like just as an example, the agricultural work so that the owner can go and participate in politics on that day as opposed to doing it themselves. Therefore, Athens is not a democracy because the masses, the actual masses, not just the privileged minority, are not able to participate in politics. Aristotle says this system is only possible because of having an underclass of people. Now, first of all, does this argument ring true to us today? Yeah, it does. We are a society, generally speaking. I know there's some regressives that are suddenly starting to emerge on the political scene. Maybe they've been hiding in the shadows before, that say that women should not vote, that want to go back to, racial, whatever. You get what I'm trying to say here. In our modern disposition, generally speaking, we think that there should be universal suffrage, that the broad spectrum of people should be able to participate in politics. We've constructed something different than direct democracy. We've constructed a representative system. Nonetheless, that is our disposition. This does not meet that standard, therefore it's not a democracy. Okay, let's talk about that for just a moment. Let me break that down. Here's the reason why you're chafing at that argument, because I know you are. I know I am. Because we want to believe that this was a democracy. And why do we want to believe this was a democracy? Because we think democracy is good. It is, by the way. I think it is. I'll share more opinions on that later. But if this is not a democracy, or if this is what represents democracy, then we can't say democracy good. Democracy bad. Because it's excluding all these people. Democracy bad. And if you go through some of the sources, you will see that this is also, it gets mixed up in a lot of, fashionable things where people don't want to say that the Europeans, anything European could not have been innovative, right? Like there was a movement, a revisionist movement of the last century. And really that, there was even a countercultural movement recently that there was this idea that, anything we say, oh, the triumphalist historian says that the West did this. We reanalyze that, correctly so, to say, did the West really invent that? Did the West really invent that? Democracy is one of those things. And if we say something from the West is good, there's also a legitimate question about, well, if it's good, on whose backs was that good constructed, right? The American democratic experiment. Who built that White House? Slaves did. That is a completely appropriate, let me be explicit, that is a completely appropriate question to ask. We are all grown-ups, right? History is not a fairy tale. History is not Sunday school, despite what some of your, some of the people around you might think and wish for. History is not meant to be just constructing a triumphalist narrative. History is subtle, and sometimes it is bloody and it's dark. And democracy itself, you need to take away that label that you've placed on democracy as unequivocally good. You need to take that away and just say democracy is when the power is with the demos. Democracy is a mechanism. A mechanism. That is what we kind of get from Athens. That is what we get from Athens. Is that when the power itself is sunk into the demos, that is when you have a democracy. Modern democracy, we want that demos to be as broad as possible. But in the case of the Athenians, what we're actually looking for is the skeleton of a system that we can learn and apply. For example, if we have a political system that is not a democracy, where power is in the hands of a few, think about an oligarchy, what Aristotle will describe as a government by the wealthy. I said oligarchy, right? Not aristocracy. An oligarchy is a system by the few, and the people who hold power have wealth. Now, again, that immediately brings to mind like petrostates, like Russia in your mind, and you immediately say oligarchy bad, democracy good, oligarchy bad. That's not the ancient way of understanding these things, because the demos, the democracy of Athens, could be quite cruel. And that's why when the tyrant Pisistratus was there, Aristotle went out of his way to say, oh, he was kind of moderate. He was kind of mild and temperate. In modern days, you might say, we have an oligarchy, but it's a diverse oligarchy, right? We have people from all sorts of racial and opinion backgrounds, and therefore it's actually good, right? And we would also chafe at that and say, no. Like, there's something dignified in having the masses participate in their future, and therefore we have to distinguish good and bad beyond just these sorts of basic intrinsic identities. We have to look at not only who is participating. Is it all male citizens? Is it all citizens? Is it broad? Is it, does it disinclude people? That is a legitimate question to ask. And then we must ask the secondary question beyond participation: where is the power concentrated? Is it power and decision-making and authority concentrated at the top, or is it concentrated down with the demos? You really need both things to get to our modern disposition about what democracy would be. That's correct in my analysis. I hope I've stumbled over my words. I've been talking a little bit, but I hope you get the point that I'm making here. Athens disincluded some people from their participation. Therefore, their democracy was far from virtuous in my estimation. Nonetheless, the power here is with a mass. There is a mechanism here of putting the legislative, judicial, and executive branches into the hands of the masses that is fundamentally radical and different than other forms of government. And really, this is the one that we have the most extensive information on, and therefore it is important to learn about. Okay. Let me talk to you about someone who didn't really have that opinion. Let me talk to you about another subtlety about Athenian democracy. And that is the subtlety brought in the 2020 book, Decline and Rise of Democracy by Stasavage. I don't know how to pronounce it. I've only read the name, so I'm not embarrassed that I don't know how to pronounce it perfectly correct. It also comes up in other examples, and Keane in his 2022 book, The Shortest History of Democracy, and his lengthier 2009 book, Life and Death of Democracy. I've already referenced Dunn and Cartledge, and then the Edinburgh History of Democracy. I also read Anne Applebaum's Twilight of Democracy and the book How Democracies Die, which strangely enough doesn't really cover that topic. I don't know how that's possible, but it doesn't. So I've got a lot of sources cited below. Go take a look. What these authors are getting at is what would be called early democracy, sometimes proto-democracy. Sometimes people chafe at the idea of proto-democracy because they think it's like dehumanizing or like belittling. The idea that's proposed by Stasavage, I'm going to butcher it a little bit, but I'm going to paraphrase in an intellectually honest way as best I can. There's an argument made by Stasavage that democracy itself is a naturally emerging phenomenon of human society when people who hold authority don't hold enough of it to impose their will on society in a coercive way, but they need to compromise in order to tax, for example. So where is democracy in human history throughout its thousands of years history? Where's democracy the weakest? And this is not to be xenophobic or anything. It's just to describe anatomically how these things work. I think you could argue, and Stasavage does in this book, that you look at a place like China, where actually, because of an advanced bureaucracy pretty early on in Chinese life, the ability to look at plots of land and determine how productive they will be agriculturally from a very early period of Chinese history, the government always had a far more advantageous position with the citizenry in terms of knowing how much it could levy in taxes from them. And therefore, it could, on average, argues Stasavage, that it could, on average, and did leverage more money by proportion of citizenry and by proportion of land than a lot of European regimes, than a lot of regimes that saw early or proto-democracy did. And therefore, when those compromises are made in other places, when they're not able to levy taxation, for example, in the case of the French in 1302, the French king, whose name escapes me at the moment, but he was a king and he had a crown and he was French, he needed more tax money, right? And what did he do? He called in a States General, not a very democratic institution. Functionally, he called an assembly of the church and of the aristocracy to say, hey, I kind of need money. Maybe we could all take a vote so that I could continue to be the strong, king. That will develop over time. We're going to have a long absence without the Estates General. Eventually, we're going to have the French Revolution, where the demos, the people, the everyone else determines, even some petty bourgeois people, they all determine, no, you're not just going to compromise with us. We're going to destroy you. We are the masses. We are the demos, right? But anyway, in 1302, the French king doesn't have the ability, that technocratic bureaucracy that can go in and tax well. So he's forced to make compromises. He's forced to bring in a level of democratization. Stasavage argues, if you look throughout human history, anytime you find that pattern where authority doesn't really have as much authority as they need in order to sustain themselves, you will find an infusion of democratization, or an infusion of at least oligarchy, right? That more hands will be involved in the sharing of power, because authority must compromise in order to continue to function and to hold on to whatever authority it can, and, to earn the money it needs to get. And so there's a second objection here from Stasavage and from Keane, talking about what came before Athens and whether that might qualify as democracy as well, and whether we're just being Eurocentric by saying, oh, democracy started in the Hellenic world. There's a point to be made here. And one of the points is that we just know the most about this, and so therefore we just look to this. Whether it was perfectly the earliest version of democracy, we don't know for sure. Right? Like we start going too far back, we get into the stuff of legend, we get into the stuff of like archaeology, in which case we're just never going to have the Constitution of Athens written by one of Aristotle's students to give us a clearer picture of what was going on. And so therefore, Athens is going to percolate up in the examples list, even if it wasn't perfectly the first. The second thing is that it does seem like, because of what I said, where like the demos is controlling the executive, the legislative, and the judicial in different ways, and there's basically just the demos. There's no other power center. Because of that, we can say that this is the most radical version of early democracy. It doesn't get much more radical than this, right? We're going to talk about some Swiss cantons and some Icelandic stuff that kind of predates modern representative democracy, has some aspects of direct democracy that we could maybe call the Swiss canton, where people get together in a town and just participate in direct democracy once a year. We might consider that more radical in the fact that it's more direct, I get. It's a little complicated, but you can see like this is the most fleshed out direct version of democracy that we have evidence of. So now let me present the objections to that really quickly, which is that before Athens, there were what might be called assembly democracies, right? Where the king had a council. Now it might be just like the Privy Council of the English monarch, Charles I, before they cut off his head, right? And it's not democratic at all. It's just maybe there's an aristocracy, an oligarchy, right, that helps advise the king, or literally just the minions of the king, right, that help him govern. That's hardly democratic, but we might call that an assembly in a literal sense. It is a gathering of people, right? But we also might have assemblies in ancient history, thousands of years in ancient history, that predate Athens and therefore should qualify as proto or early democracy and should fit into our narrative about what democracy is and how old it is, and should disabuse us of the idea that Athens is the one all and be all of democracy. And with that notion, I do agree. The problem is we just don't have enough information. So let me just really quickly bring these up. For example, we know in Mesopotamia in roughly the era 2500 BCE, so that's over 2,000 years before this, there are assemblies. That's basically all we know about it. Babylon, the Babylonian city of Nippur, 2000 to roughly 1000 BC. So we have a 1,000-year time frame here. Commoners take part in a jury trial. So you have an aspect of the juries of Athens. The Phoenician assemblies in the 7th century BC. You have ancient Indian republics, so-called Ghanas, often associated with the Buddha, the bhikkhus, the monks within Buddhism, acting a little bit more democratic, 1500 BC to 500 CE. More directly, we have the Huron and a tribe of Native Americans who had a central council, a central assembly, and local councils. So the closest analog we have would be like the Dutch Republic that actually existed at a similar time, in which you have a central assembly and you have local assemblies that exercised some powers and checked the highest authority in society. Whether there actually was a highest authority in Huron, I don't know. The other thing that makes Huron interesting is that women participated. Now, how do we know about the Huron? Well, we get basically one piece of documentation from a European in 1636. And that's why we can't talk about it in much more detail than that. That it looks like, maybe it was not as directly democratic as Athens on that part of the spectrum, but maybe, it had participation beyond men. And so therefore we should definitely include it in our lineage of democracies, because we want both things, right? We want the power to be with the demos, however we define it, to a certain extent. And we want participation be as wide as possible, because we believe in the dignity of all humans to have a say in their affairs, and to have a say in how society is run. The Tlaxcala. I am so sorry to mispronounce that. I'll put the name up on the screen. 1519, described by a European as similar to the Italian city-states, the Italian republics. Now, the Italian republics weren't democratic; they were oligarchic, and so we could say that this is more democratic in a way. We'll get to republics in a second. There's just another example that's brought up. I don't want to confuse you. Let's talk about some early democratic examples. So we have the Althing in Iceland from 930 CE. We have the Swiss cantons, which I believe, at least our historical evidence dates back to like the 1200s or the 1100s, in which direct democracy was going on like a village level. The central authority just couldn't get up to them, right? Stasavage argues that the reason that they stayed so directly democratic for so long in Switzerland is because if you want to be an absolute monarch, how are you going to even get to these people who are doing direct democracy to like subjugate them, right? So that's an interesting example. Stasavage says democracy is, quote, naturally occurring condition of humanity. It's not an intellectual development. It's not as though you can say, first there was Athens, they gave us the idea of democracy, and then we developed representative democracy over time. No. And I think that argument is very compelling. That, within a family, just think about individual families, which Aristotle says is like the building block of a polis, the building block of a political community. Within a family, you could have an authoritarian family where like the father figure's like, my word is God, right? My word goes. Confucian version of the family, right? Where the fatherly figure is the authority, right? But you could also have a more democratic family. Imagine you have a family of 7 people who all say we're equal and we cooperate, and you have your job and I have my job in the family. And even if I'm in charge one day, like I'm delegated that authority to be in charge by consent by everyone in the family. And if maybe every now and then we'll take a vote. And if 4 people vote to go on vacation to Disneyland and 3 people say, I want to lay on the beach, then we're all going to become Disney adults because the 4 people outweighed the 3 in that family. You'd also find descriptions of this in some of the sociological, anthropological writings of Friedrich Engels, who was one of the collaborators with Karl Marx. Karl Marx never used this word, but Engels did use the word Urkommunismus, Kommunismus, communism. So like early communism or original communism, the idea that when you get down into a small enough tribe or a small enough society or a small enough family, that you inevitably share resources in a way that distributes them evenly according to need and from ability. You have an original version of communism that then becomes destroyed by slavery and feudalism and modern capitalism. But if you go back far enough, you'll find, early communism and you might say early versions of democracy in which the power in the area is distributed and also the economics are distributed. And one of the later innovations of democracy and of democratic theory, we're going to look at Vladimir Lenin later on, is going to say democracy, when you can just vote, but you're starving, is no democracy at all. So you can see that we start to get tangled up in these different definitions of democracy. And that's why I wanted to establish early on our baseline, Athens. Not because it's the perfect example, but because we're going to, just as we just did with some of these other versions of early or proto-democracy, we're going to examine and compare things through Athens just as a useful lens. So now we need to talk about the critics of... So here's the game plan for the rest of this video, because I want you to know where we're headed. I want to answer the question, obviously, that we posed, how democracies die. We've kind of already seen that one of the ways they die is invasion. Either Athens in 322 being invaded by Macedon, or Athens itself invading other democracies within its empire because their interests are more important than their values. And just so that you're aware, there are going to be a couple other ways we're going to talk about democracy dying, the gradual erosion, and the ones that are still going in some way, shape, or form. And of course, gradual erosion and still going kind of overlap a little bit because you have to come to a determination of when the democracy is actually dead and whether it's dead for good or whether it might come back, etc., etc. And realizing, of course, that nothing in life is guaranteed and lasts forever. So I did want to just touch on some of the critiques of Athenian democracy as well, because after Athenian democracy, there is going to be a 1,500-year period, 1,700-year period, actually more than that, more like 2,000 years, where everyone's going to be like, Athenian democracy was so terrible, we never want to repeat that again. We want to do something totally different. So the lesson from Athens is that everyone that came after was like, no. And then, in the 18th century, really, in the United States and France, and then throughout the 19th century and the 1800s in Europe, we see this resurgence of democracy that will be different than the Athenian democracy, but will eventually embrace the word democracy once again. We have to talk about how we get there by first looking at why everyone after Athens fell, why everyone was like, well, let's not do that again. So the first place we're going to look is Plato's Republic. Plato is not a Democrat at all. Plato thinks that democracy is awful. Let me see if I can find a quote from him that I wrote down. Democracy only better than tyranny, no stability. It has no wisdom and no virtue. Democracy is a chaos that leads to tyranny. He describes democracy as this extreme unrestrained freedom, as in like if you're able to do whatever you want whenever you want, it's going to lead to anarchy and chaos, right? You're not going to have virtue because you're going to be just licentious. You're going to drink. You're going to smoke. You're going to be a terrible teenager and lean on things and then catcall people, right? You're not going to be focusing on the affairs of state because you're free to do whatever you want. So people need structure, need authority, and Plato's construction of society in the Republic is going to reflect that pretty intensely, even though it's an open question whether that was a literal utopia that Plato was building or a metaphor for the soul. Okay. Full of freedom, never giving thought to the pursuits which make a statesman. Democracy does. He does give it, he says it is a charming form of government, full of variety and disaster. And one of his major obsessions as well with democracy is that it has an equality in which equals and unequals are alike. Equal. What? He's saying if you suck, you're still equal. You get to participate in politics. If you're great, you get to participate in politics. Why would you want people who suck participating in politics? We should only want people who are good participating in politics, who are awesome. How do you decide who's good and who's not? Okay. Let's leave Plato to decide for a second. And let's talk about his most famous objection to democracy, his metaphor of the ship of state. He says, imagine then a fleet or a ship in which there's a captain who is taller and stronger than any of the crew, but he's a little deaf and has a similar infirmity in sight, and his knowledge of navigation is not much better. The sailors are quarreling with one another about the steering. Every one is of an opinion that he has the right to steer, though he has never learned the art of navigation and cannot tell who taught him or when he learned, and will further assert that it cannot be taught, and they are ready to cut in pieces anyone who says the contrary. They kill some people, they throw people who object on board, they chain up the noble captain's senses with drink and narcotic drug, they mutiny and take possession of the ship. And what happens next? They crash, right? They run aground or something like that. The ship is sunk. That is, in Book 8 of the Republic, how Plato describes democracy, like a ship without a captain who's tied up and drugged or whatever by his crew who don't know how to navigate are like, I know how to navigate. I don't know. I don't need to be taught. It's an everyman's skill. I'll take the ship, right? That is, in Plato's mind, what the assembly of Athens was like. Just the worst among us getting to run the ship, getting to navigate the ship of state. It led to his teacher Socrates' death in 399 BC. No surprise that Plato did not like the Athenian democracy. His student, Aristotle is going to have a little bit more of a subtle opinion on democracy. Sorry, I've got so many notes and papers around. So Aristotle's Politics is where we're going to be looking next. We're going to be looking just really briefly at the actual assertions of Aristotle in the Politics, not the Constitution of Athens, which is ascribed, it's supposedly written by Aristotle, but probably by one of his students, as we've mentioned. A state that is comprised of the poor is democracy, according to Aristotle. It's kind of an interesting framing. So Aristotle says it's not about the masses participating. It is about whether the government is run by poor people. Then it's democracy. If government's run by rich people, it's oligarchy, according to Aristotle. So even if the rich are the many in society, if they run society and its politics, it's an oligarchy. What is Aristotle looking for? Aristotle's looking for a mixed constitution, what he calls constitutional government. What are we mixing? Well, we are not completely dismissing democracy. Aristotle has a much more subtle view on democracy, though he does generally agree with the broad brushstrokes of Plato that it can lead to non-virtuous people wielding power. But the solution to that is not to get rid of any power of the people within a political system, but to balance it. And so Aristotle describes in his Politics 3 broad archetypes of governments and 3 perversions, I've seen it translated as, or derivations, I think is probably the better description of when these 3 archetypes go wrong. Monarchy, I think we understand, is like a kingship, right? When there is one person, the rule of the one. And when that monarch perhaps goes a little too far or does something bad, becomes a tyrant. We have a tyranny. That's the first perversion. Aristocracy. Aristotle's going to define this not as the rule by the highborn, but actually the rule of the excellent or the best. The idea is that aristocracy is where the people who are the best at things actually run the government. And if it's run by wealth instead, it's an oligarchy. And Aristotle's going to describe democracy. Actually, I should have these flipped. Democracy is the perversion, actually. Democracy is the bad thing. It's when the people have too much control, the demos have so much control that it becomes non-virtuous and misses the point of what good government is. However, the good version of democracy, the actual aim of what Aristotle wants, is sometimes called a polity, a politeia, and it's often translated as constitutional government. You can use those things interchangeably to the best of my knowledge. So what is this constitutional government? What is this polity according to Aristotle? Because the democracy of Athens, even though he says it has some noble traits, it's not all bad, that it's really like, it tends to not be the best form of government. What does Aristotle want to be the form of government? Generally, it is a fusion of oligarchy and democracy. So it's generally a fusion of the people ruling and the rich ruling. It is a balance between the rich and the poor. Because remember, democracy, according to Aristotle, is rule by the poor. A mixture of the two elements, rich and poor, is to be called polity or constitutional government, he writes. In a well-attempted polity, there should appear to be both elements and neither. That is to say, if we're looking at a bird's eye view on a constitutional mixed government in Aristotle's creation, we won't really be able to tell if it's oligarchy or democracy. Those things will be mixed up. There will be elements of both within it. Think about modern constitutional governments, not in the constitutional government of Aristotle's sense, but think about liberal democracies today. Think about how you have, rich people running government, and you might say it's too much, but then it's people that vote for those rich people who are in the legislature, and you're like, which is which? It's a mixed system. Whether it's like what Aristotle was describing, I think it's not the case, but you get the idea. Like, you could describe it both ways. It's like hard to tell which it is, right? And some people, because he says, and neither, so it might appear to be both, or it might appear to be neither, right? So you might look at, our system today and say, okay, that's not an aristocracy. It's not an oligarchy, because the people vote. It's not the people don't vote, and then it doesn't actually have anything to do with what actual public policy is according to research. So it's not a democracy either. So it's neither. Or you would say people vote and they elect their representatives, and therefore it is democracy. Or you'd say it is an oligarchy because no matter what the people say, the rich people have their way. So you can have both and neither. Tyranny grows out of either extreme, says Aristotle. The mean condition is clearly best. The mean condition is clearly best. The mix of oligarchy and democracy. Tyranny will grow out of either extreme, so therefore we should have a mix. And here's another one that we could put on our list of how things die. Aristotle says that the ill mingling of the two elements can lead to the death of a constitutional government. Not necessarily a democracy, so we can't really put it on this list of the ways democracy dies, but the way that good government or mixed constitutional government in the Aristotelian sense dies is through an ill mingling of democracy and oligarchy. Now, you might nonetheless, even though it doesn't fit on this list of democracies dying, you might nonetheless take lessons from that and say, how are the different parts of our society mixing together in our government in order to create a good system? And is that good or not? Is it a good mingling or a bad mingling? Have we mixed the elements in a way that is virtuous and that leads to good governance? What is good governance according to Aristotle? It exists, the state, for the sake of the good, a share in happy life based on choice. And its ultimate aim is excellence. So it is a system which provides for virtue in public policy, and it provides for a private life that includes some leisure. We've already talked about some of the dark ways that leisure, that space for leisure is achieved. But the point is that the reason I'm bringing this up is because Aristotle is influential, because people are going to look at the demos of Athens and say that was crazy. They're going to go a little bit more in Plato's direction and say that was awful. We should have a mixed system, as Aristotle described. Who else is going to say this? A guy named Polybius, who's writing in the 3rd and perhaps the 2nd century BC, and he's going to be writing a century after Athens fell. He's kind of plagiarizes Aristotle, to be totally honest with you, and describes the 3 kinds of government. He actually literally does the ship of state metaphor again. I don't know if he attributes it to Plato or not. Homeboy is, he kicked out of a university today. But he also is going to criticize Athenian democracy because it naturally becomes mob rule and restarts as monarchy. Remember, we mentioned Polybius earlier. We mentioned he believes in like these natural cycles. So democracy is going to lead to mob rule. It's going to lead to death of great people like Socrates, and it's going to revert to tyranny, to monarchy, right? And, he probably was aware of the reforms of Solon that eventually resulted in the tyranny of Pisistratus and his less virtuous son Hippias in Greece, and thought there's a piece of evidence for my thesis. So then how should we construct a state to comport to what Aristotle says? To comport to the idea of a mixed system of oligarchy and democracy, maybe even with elements of monarchy and tyranny in it, in which the different elements balance each other out. Well, we could look at what actually people in this era immediately after Athens would say was a wonderful constitution. And in fact, Aristotle and Polybius are going to say, oh, this other place, not Athens, actually had a very generally good constitution, not perfect, but generally good, and a system that lasted for a long time. Who was it? The old rivals from the Peloponnesian War, Sparta. Sparta had a system of government, a constitution with 2 kings, the monarchy. It had a system with 28 Gerousia, that is 28 aristocratic elders. The 2 kings are going to be part of that Gerousia council as well, therefore making it 30. But the Gerousia is part of the aristocracy. That's a mix here from Aristotle. And the Spartans are going to have an assembly. That is the democratic element of the Spartan Constitution. The Spartan Constitution, unlike the Athenian Constitution, where it's just demos all over the place, no matter where you look, in the Spartan Constitution, you have a mix of kings. You have a mix of aristocracy. You have a mix of the assembly. How do we know about the Spartan Constitution? We get it from someone named Xenophon, who also wrote an apology of Socrates about the trial of Socrates. We also get a Constitution of Athens from Xenophon. However, it might be pseudo-Xenophon. It might not actually be the real Xenophon. That doesn't matter. Let's talk about what Xenophon said about the Spartan Constitution. Again, the two kings are hereditary. They lead the army. And they do things like major religious functions, as well as doing some judicial work. And the reason I bring them up as two kings is, number one, two kings. That's interesting. The reason, according to legend, is, again, the mother of the two potential kings went to the oracle at Delphi, and the oracle said, don't pick one to be king, both can be king. And that's how you have two hereditary lines of kings in Sparta. The Gerousia, what were they in charge of? Well, they were in charge of initiating law. They were the aristocracy over 6 years of age, life in office, prepared proposals for the assembly, and operated as a high court. So the Gerousia is operating as a quasi, or at least the initiation of legislation, and it's operating as part of the judiciary. The kings are not the executive branch as we would understand it, but they are the commander-in-chief, something that generally is put in the executive branch today. What is the assembly in Sparta? It's male citizens, and they don't get to debate. They just get to vote with a voice vote, yes or no. So it's a limited form of legislation in the democracy in the Spartan assembly. And if I'm not mistaken, so they vote yes or no on the proposals from the Gerousia, all male citizens over 30, and they elect something called the ephors, which we'll talk about here in just a second. But I just wanted to, for the point of this, just to say, look at this division of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. It's kind of like the mix Aristotle is telling us about. And in fact, Aristotle was probably thinking of Sparta. In fact, I think I have it written down somewhere that he was, but I'm not going to dig it up. And so you can see that this is a mixed constitution, but also note that even though there are separate types of government as described by Aristotle, there is not a strict separation of powers. So the legislative branch of Sparta is mixed between the Gerousia and the assembly. The judicial branch, right, what we would call the courts and the Supreme Court, right, is mixed between the kings and the Gerousia. The war-making powers, presumably, as in the Roman Republic, the assembly is going to vote yay or nay. The Gerousia is going to initiate it, and then the kings are going to actually perform it. However, the kings are not in wartime, or really at any time, completely in control of everything, because we have something called the 5 ephors. And the 5 ephors in Spartan society, can you read that? EPHORS. The 5 ephors are elected by the assembly. They are a mix of the democratic and aristocratic oligarchical elements of Sparta. The 5 ephors are elected, and what can they do? They can oversee, they're expected to go along with the monarchs in wartime. They dine with the king. The king is expected to dine with all of his men. It's very egalitarian in that way. The ephors can prosecute the king. They can prosecute the Gerousia. They can fine people who don't enforce or who don't follow the laws. The ephors are this annually elected by voice vote of the assembly check on the other parts of government, and they don't fit neatly into the box of democracy or oligarchy. They're just something else. But again, I just bring it up to show you that the Spartans are providing this mix. And the Spartans are actually going to be inspiration, in large part, for the Roman Constitution. Now, was Sparta a democracy? No, it had a democratic element in it. That's super important to remember, because our modern representative democracies are not democracies. They are simply republics with democratic elements in them, or forms of government. This one is a constitutional monarchy, basically, with a democratic element in it. So what about the Roman Republic? Polybius is describing it to us. That's what I'm basing my thing on. Again, we have the magistrates, that is the monarchical or executive-ish, aristocratic, oligarchish part of the Roman Constitution. We have the Senate, very oligarchical. Really, the Senate is like the rich, the wealthy. They're going to be part of the Roman Republican Constitution. And we're going to have a variety of local and regional assemblies in Rome that are going to participate in government, making up the democratic element of that constitution. Polybius is going to explicitly say, we're doing this because we want to have the good laws of the legend of Sparta Lycurgus, not because we want the crazy chaos of the democracy of Athens. It's explicit in here that Rome is avoiding the pitfalls of their immediate predecessor of the Roman Republic, the Athenian democracy. And Polybius, again, is writing about 100 years after Athens' democracy falls to the Macedonians. Now, I could go into all of the minutiae of the Roman Constitution. The assemblies, just like the Spartan ones, vote up or down, no amendments on laws proposed. The Senate actually doesn't propose laws, despite the fact that it sounds like they would. They actually consult the magistrate. There's a Latin term, senatus consultus, basically that the Senate consults. Senate consults, right? The magistrates are elected by the assemblies by affirmation or couldn't come up with the word for the opposite of affirmation, deaffirmation, whatever. They can reject the magistrates. The assemblies can. The magistrates are where you get the consuls, you get the tribunes that are the representatives theoretically of the people. The Roman historian Livius said that the tribunes were elected to protect the plebeians, that is the normal people, the people without wealth, the peasants, for lack of a better word, even though it's kind of a feudal word. And the magistrates are the ones that propose and execute laws. So again, the reason I'm bringing this up is because it's all mixed in here, right? The assemblies have some judicial functions. The Senate, you'd think that'd be the legislative branch. They don't originate laws. The magistrates originate laws and enforce the laws. So they're the legislature and the executive, but they consult the Senate. So the separation of powers that Montesquieu would describe with executive, judicial, and legislative, it's not present here, but what is present here is Aristotle's mix of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. There's some monarchical stuff in here. You know, if you're the big consul, the person who's in charge of like the military, right? You're a little bit more like a monarch. If you're in charge of the religious functions as consul, you're a little bit like one of the kings, the monarchs of Sparta, but you're also presumably of like the aristocracy and maybe you're a man of wealth. So you've got some elements of aristocracy and oligarchy in there. The Senate is very oligarchical, and yet all it does is consult on legislation, right? It's extremely influential. Don't get me wrong. They're the puppet master, if you want to be a little conspiratorial about it, in the Roman Republic. But on paper, they're second fiddle to the magistrates. And really on paper, they're second fiddle to the assemblies, because the assemblies are the ones that can declare war. Admittedly, they can only vote up or down on a proposal for war. They're the ones that actually vote up or down with no amendments on the legislation that's proposed by the magistrates and with the consultation of the Senate. You can see that there is this mixing here that Aristotle would have recognized. Just in case you're curious, even though these don't qualify as like perfect democracies, Sparta is invaded by the Visigoths. That's how they're going to go. Rome, as you probably know, Octavian, later called Augustus, the nephew-ish of Caesar, is going to win the Roman Civil War in 27 BCE, or be named emperor in 27 BC. So that's an internal coup. That is actually one of the ways that democracy dies that I didn't write down on our chart. Let me write it down real quick. So yeah, I've added internal coup to our way democracies die. It's not just Rome, because Rome wasn't technically a democracy, but we're just adding it there. Rome is going to have an emperor, Augustus, and that is how their democratic elements are going to go by the wayside. So in this case, it's about how the democratic elements dies, how the infusion of democracy is removed. And it's still applicable because really all we're going to be talking about going forward is forms of government with democratic infusions, not direct democracies, except for the Swiss cantons. And so therefore, we can only talk about the ways in which democracy is infused or removed from democratic systems. We therefore can call that democracy dying, but not as Athens did, where it's democracy, it's the direct democracy, this radical experiment, did in fact die with invasion. And it was, a democracy by our definition we're setting, and that it died because it was invaded. Everything gets a lot more subtle after this point, which is why I'm including Rome and Sparta on the list.
Hey, William, there was a weird cut. The lighting just changed and you seem a day older. You caught me. I got a little tired and my brain was like starting to fry, and I realized I wouldn't actually be able to express what I needed to express. So I'm now in day 2 of filming out of respect for you, because I didn't want to just be mumbling at the end of my lecture here. And I did think overnight about what I might not have been explaining properly. And it did occur to me that I was probably moving a little too fast when I was describing the difference, if I even did distinguish the difference between what Montesquieu would call the separation of powers and what Aristotle would call a mixed constitution. These are two different things, and as we move into modern democracy, we're going to see these two different things nonetheless combined together in ways that would be confusing if we didn't distinguish them ahead of time. And just to kind of give you a teaser of what that means, I actually happen to have a copy of The Atlantic that just came out recently. Around the time that I'm filming is close to a big anniversary of the United States. And so there's been a couple special editions already of magazines talking about the American Revolution. And, well, I wanted to read one little thing. Let me open this. Let me make a cut and open this real quick and read you something that will help me explain this distinction between separation of powers and a mixed constitution. So this is an article about Thomas Paine, that famous American revolutionary, by Danielle Allen, who's a professor at Harvard University and a contributing writer at The Atlantic. This article is really interesting. It's about Thomas Paine, like I just said, and it's about this help that he was receiving. Perhaps it's like cutting-edge historical research from a guy in England, actually, a revolutionary who served as a member of parliament. Fascinating guy who remained a loyalist nonetheless his whole life. Why are you bringing this up, Will? Well, because the guy's last name was Richmond, and his take on what a government should look like is going to fit right into this right here. Okay, here we go. Like the political philosopher Montesquieu, Richmond revered the British Constitution with its balance and its separation of powers among the three estates of monarch, aristocrats, and commoners. So what Richmond, well, hold on a second. What Richmond appreciated about the British Constitution, and we are going to talk a little bit about the British system here in a minute, but what he liked about it was that it had Montesquieu's concept of a separation of powers. So let's just address that first. Traditionally, in political science, you take a poli-sci 101 class, you'd learn that there's 3 branches of government, if you're in the United States, and the 3 branches of government do 3 distinct jobs. One of them is to legislate, and that's pretty obvious, right? We think the Congress will create the laws. They'll write laws, they'll draft bills, right? They'll pass it through committees, and eventually they'll put it on the executive's desk. If you're in a parliamentary system, what actually happens is that the parliament itself can just pass a law legislatively. It goes to the executive, generally speaking, a prime minister, who theoretically is of the parliament, and so that separation is not quite as clear cut. But parliaments, for example, the UK Parliament designates a prime minister, a parliamentarian outside of regular parliament, or rather a unique parliamentarian among the parliament that is going to execute those laws, is going to sit in number 10 Downing Street and run Whitehall and the bureaucracy of the United Kingdom, etc. In the United States, it's a little bit more, there's like a cleaner line, right? The legislature tosses it to the executive branch. The President of the United States, aside from needing to work with the legislature, is a completely separate entity, right? And so we have the legislative branch, the Congress, and the executive branch, that is the person who executes the law, right, as a separate, completely distinct part of governance. And then, of course, there's that third part, the judicial branch. That's when we think of the courts, after Marbury versus Madison in the U.S., the idea of judicial review. And though it doesn't sound like a radical concept, remember that as we've been going through the Athenian Constitution, as we've talked about Sparta and Rome, particularly if we just look at the example of judicial powers, remember that the assemblies sometimes had some judicial powers in Sparta. The kings were doing some things dealing with roads and adoptions, right, in Rome. The assembly was handling some judicial functions, but there were also magistrates, theoretical executors of the law that were also handling judicial matters. Things got mixed all together, right? There's never a perfectly clean, pure separation of powers, but generally speaking, modern constitutions attempt to make those dividing lines pretty clear for the purpose of preventing one branch or one function of these for getting too big for its britches. And where does this come from? It comes from Montesquieu's Spirit of the Laws, published in 1748. Now, Montesquieu's an interesting guy because he was not opposed to the idea of a monarchy, but he was looking back in time, and actually he was looking to Solonian Athens for an example of a constitution that he quite admired. The idea from Montesquieu is that you need to have the three branches, as we discussed, separated out in order to make sure that one doesn't overpower the others. If, for example, you mixed up the legislature and the execution of laws, that is the creation of laws and then the administration of those laws, if you mix them into one single basket, if one group or one person is responsible for both those things, Montesquieu argued, what you actually have is tyranny. So in the case of Athens, you have the demos both passing laws and then the demos executing those laws in the rotating lots of council and administration. You could be in the assembly one day and be carrying out the laws the next day. Just a rough example of what Montesquieu would describe as tyranny, because in the case of Athenian democracy, the stereotype comes that it's mob rule. And so the mob is going to pass unjust laws, and then the mob is going to make sure that those unjust laws that they've passed in a rabble-rousing way are then executed in a rabble-rousing tyrannical way. In a similar vein, in Montesquieu's time, the idea was that the monarchy itself should be limited, and that if a monarch is able to say what the law is and have the divine right of kings to be an absolutist and then to enforce those laws in one place without a proper check, what you have is tyranny. And I think that example is a little bit more obvious and a little bit more agreeable to everyone, that if you just have a monarch with absolute power just saying whatever I say goes, okay, that's clearly something where there is an outsized part of a constitution. And one of the solutions that comes about is the idea that you should have a parliament to which the king is responsible, or at the very least is advising the king. And that's more or less what Montesquieu was advocating for, is a constitutional limited monarchy, not the abolition of the king. Montesquieu, to the best of my understanding, was not opposed to republics, but was not a republican. Was Montesquieu a Democrat? No, also no. He wanted to have the nobility checking the executive, checking the monarch. And so this actually helps us to make this distinction now, because we've established that there are three separate powers that Montesquieu wants us to acknowledge. There are also, unfortunately, it's the same number, 3, so it can become conflated very easily, but there are 3 groups that also need to be separated in a mixed system, as Aristotle described it: the demos, the aristocracy, and then the monarchy, right? So to flip back to the page that I was on before we finished up yesterday, we have the monarch, that is the kingly power. We have the aristocracy, that is the wealth power, or in the Aristotelian paradigm, the excellent or the best people. And then you have the demos, everyone else. Remember, Aristotle says if you can mix these functionally these classes of people, the one, the few, and the many, together in terms of quantity, in terms of wealth, in terms of status, and you can have a strong middling group, a mean, as Aristotle says, is the best form of government, a form of government in which all of these elements seem to be present, and yet none of them seem to be present simultaneously, then you have a good governance. Montesquieu is adding to that and saying not only should we have these 3 configurations mixed together of numeric and class, we should also have a constitution that simultaneously creates 3 separate branches for the functions of government. So outside of government, you have class, you have 3 distinctions of people. Inside of government, you have 3 main functions of government that should be separated out. And it is with this distinction that the architects of modern constitutions, when I say modern, I mean the French Constitution that comes after the Revolution, the American Constitution that comes after its independence war from the United Kingdom. Speaking of the United Kingdom, previously, as it's just England right? And it's before the Act of Union, etc. You're going to have the development of the English Constitution as well. It's going to start to separate these powers, and is going to start to, have the monarch checked by the few, the aristocracy. They're going to sit in parliament, and then eventually you're going to have a desire to have the masses involved in electing members of parliament. That's going to come later. You start to have elements of a mixed system. So this is constitutional development, and it really does go back, however, to what we've been discussing this whole time, which is the Athenian Constitution, the Spartan Constitution, the Roman Constitution. They all feed into what people in the 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th century are thinking about when they're trying to frame and design their constitutions. Very explicitly, James Madison, who we'll come to, was looking at the writings of Plutarch, perhaps also Polybius, and saying, okay, they're telling me, and Aristotle's saying, that Athenian democracy was a mess. It was mob rule. And of course, I'm a property owner too, so I don't necessarily want mob rule. The mob in Athens was going after the rich, right? It was the rich by the poor, the rule by the poor, according to Aristotle. I don't want that. I'm a member of the aristocratic class of this new 13 colonies entity in the United States. I want my rights to be protected. I want this mixed system to be well balanced. And so therefore, I want to design a system that's going to take all of these things into account. And Madison's going to be dealing with the fact the United States is a larger geographic area than Athens was. And so he's going to have to grapple with that as well. It's going to be, how do you separate powers to make sure nothing gets too big for its britches, that there isn't tyranny? How do you have a mixed system so that each component part, the one, the few, and the many, feel that they have a stake in government and don't feel completely excluded without having democracy? Democracy is actually bad, according to a lot of the American founders. We'll get there. And then finally, how do you find a way to have a large geographic area have these components when you have to create a polity that is functionally harder to unite? Because someone who's super far away from someone else geographically, who they're never going to meet, well, they're going to have trouble creating a community together. Okay, so we already talked about the fact that after Athens and its very pure-ish direct democracy, right? It's the closest we're going to get to the archetype of a direct democracy, that we have functionally a 2,000-year break, a 2,500-year break before anything even relevant is going to come around. Anything that's going to at least ascribe itself to this example of Athens. Now, we have talked about why that stereotype is untrue. We mentioned the Swiss cantons, where there is in Switzerland a tradition of direct democracy that still exists to this day. It's going to face some challenges in the late 18th century as, France is going to try to expand its empire, but nonetheless, the Swiss cantons are this unperturbed example of direct democracy that exists in world history from, I want to say that when I was reading, it was like the 1200s until the modern day. Very fascinating. You also have a proto-representative democracy in Iceland. But most of the time when somebody is discussing the development of democracy, the next thing they would jump to after the Roman Republic would be the Magna Carta in 1215 in England, when King John was presented by nobles with a document limiting some of his powers, saying basically that the king should be accountable to the law. King John was not an absolutist, and that taxation should only be done by the king with consent of the nobles. Now, King John did not sign that document. However, the document was reaffirmed in 1295 by a different monarch, and nonetheless, the Magna Carta became a part of the English constitutional tradition that said that the aristocracy functionally has a check on the king. And over time, of course, this is going to develop into a sovereign parliament. We'll talk about that in a moment. And then way later on, universal suffrage. So people will trace all of that development, all that democratic development, and they'll say it's like kernel, it's like start is right here. The sprout came up in 1215. However, I encountered through my research, and particularly I think it was John King and maybe Tilly in their books, that brought me on to the idea of the Cortes of Castile, which you'll notice is taking place quite a bit, a generation functionally before the Magna Carta in 1215. And not only is it a little bit before the Magna Carta, but it's way more fleshed out. The Magna Carta is basically a document the king doesn't even recognize. Well, the Cortes of Castile is something that is going to be an actual meeting representative body. that is going to be called by Alfonso IX in Spain. Originally, I think it's the Cortes of Castile and Leon, and then it's combined together into just the Cortes of Castile. I think even if you look at a map today, Castile and Leon is like one province in modern day Spain. And in 1188, surprise, surprise, Alfonso IX needed money. These monarchs always need money, and that is, strangely enough, how democracy or democratization, right, representative government starts to emerge. And so Alfonso IX made a compromise, as Stasavage would describe it in his 2020 book, The Decline and Rise of Democracy. And his compromise was to offer representation, functionally to share some power with the nobility in order to get some taxation. Let's take a look and see who he actually recruited for his Cortes. He calls this group together, an assembly-esque, parliament-esque group. And there's going to be three, I don't want to use the words estate, let's say three groups within this Cortes. The men of war, the men of souls, and the men of money. Now, we'll see this over time be described by French thinkers like Sieyès as the active members of the citizenry as opposed to the passive members of the citizenry, distinguishing those who are productive and those who are not productive. In the Athenian context, it would have been those citizens who are actively participating and building wealth, and then therefore should have a say in government, and those who are not contributing, right? Those who are enjoying their freedom a little too much, as Plato and Aristotle would construe it, and are therefore not really virtuous enough or not excellent enough to participate in government. Here in the Cortes, we have the three groups that the Alfonso monarch thinks are the three active and worthy groups. It's not just the aristocracy or the oligarchy, but it is money. So the urban moneyed interests is one group that gets to sit at the table. Another is the clergy, and we'll see this repeat itself with the Estates General in France in 1302. And then the men of war, that is the military itself, the people who are actually running things, which does seem a little bit strange, but remember, some of the origins of Athenian democracy was who is a hoplite, who can actually, provision themselves with a horse and a shield and some armor. They should be able to participate in politics because, well, they're the ones defending the sovereignty of the state, of the city-state, and so therefore we can't not give them some political power. They're going to demand it. And they happen to have weapons in order to make sure that they do get it. Now, there's an interesting function here in the Cortes of Castile that I want to bring up. It is a proto-representative government, and the reason I want to call it a proto-representative government is not to confuse you as someone out there watching and saying, what is the difference between a representative government and a proto-representative government? In our modern representative government, you vote for someone, and they go to the Capitol, they go to Washington, or they go to the State House, or they go to the Parliament if you're outside the U.S. I don't want to be too Amerocentric. They go out there, and what they're going to do is they're going to do what they think is best for their district, for their constituents. They're going to hopefully, and I realize this is an idealized version of how politics works, but they're going to be people of wisdom, of learning, who are going to know how government works. They're going to know how complex society works in a way that is better than the average person because they're professional politicians, and they're going to be able to make laws in their best judgments, even if, for example, the people back home, the people in their district, right, occasionally you're going to get mad at them for making a decision that might not seem popular at first, but which is the wise decision, right? They're going to represent you, even though that at times they're going to represent your interests in a way that makes you a little mad, almost like a parent and a child, which I think is perhaps the wrong metaphor for politics. It is a little demeaning, but just go with it for a second. Your parent might tell you to do your homework, right? They might pass a law in the household that says every night at 7 we're going to do our homework, and the kids are going to chafe at that. They're going to say, no, at 7 o'clock we want to do ice cream, right? And the wise parent is going to say, no, the law of this household is that we're going to do homework. And of course, it is in the child's best interest to do some homework at 7 p.m. as opposed to eating ice cream. We can eat ice cream after homework, children. Okay, making that a direct comparison to politics is demeaning, but I think you get the idea I'm making, is that sometimes a representative is going to go to Washington, and they're going to have to make choices that might not be popular with their district, but they're good for the greater good. of either the country or for the district itself. That is not the dynamic that plays out in the Cortes of Castile. There is in the Cortes of Castile, among these three groups, the idea of a mandate. A mandate. A mandate means if you are chosen to go represent your district or your group of people, in the case of the Cortes, you don't have any flexibility in your decisions. You're going to be, before you even leave on your faithful steed to ride to the Cortes of Castile, you're going to know what the positions you're going to take are because they are mandated to you by your local assembly, for example. This is going to be really important in the Dutch Republic. The idea is that if you go and you don't vote in the way that you were mandated to vote, you're in some deep trouble. You might be recalled, you might be banned. It just wasn't done. And so therefore, at the Cortes of Castile, it became hard to govern sometimes. It actually became hard to levy taxes because the representatives would be sent off to the Cortes and the mandate would be no taxes. We don't like taxes. I mean, who does like taxes, right? And so they go to the Cortes and then the king says, shall we take a vote? Shall we levy some taxes? And everyone says, my mandate says no. The king says, pero es que, and he explains that, we need impuestos, we need taxes because of a really good reason. And the members of the Cortes says, that is a really good reason, my liege. You have a great justification. And I totally agree with you. And I would totally vote for those taxes. But I got a mandate, baby. I can't do it. I'm so sorry. I'm stuck. And so really what the Cortes is this pro forma assembly where you just kind of count the votes that have already been predetermined before the Cortes has even met. The idea of like debating and coming to a decision, right? In theory, when your congressperson participates in debate in the legislature, they're listening to the counter arguments and coming to their own decision based on what their colleagues on their side of the aisle are saying, what the opposition is saying, right? We have this vision in our mind of what politics might look like. We know today, of course, that debates in Congress and debates in most legislatures are this virtue signaling shows to post on the internet or for people who are really obsessed to watch on C-SPAN and nod their heads along, but it's all theater, right? No one is going to the Congress and actually listening and making up their mind. They're making up their mind long before, okay? That actually is kind of what was going on in Cortes, and the idea that like opinions were formed before people even got there. And therefore, the Cortes of Castile was ineffective. Spanish kings following Alfonso IX will start to claw back some of those rights. They'll find the Cortes of Castile to be very annoying. They'll find it to be very annoying, and they will simply gradually make that this isn't democratic, right? You don't see the demos here, but I do want to just flag it as one way that a democratic element of a constitution, the Spanish Constitution in this case, can go away, and that is through our option number 3, just the gradual elimination of it over time. It's proven ineffective. It wasn't that democratic to start with. In fact, the demos are nowhere to be seen in here unless you count some of these lower moneyed classes from urban centers to be part of the demos, but we should probably call them oligarchs, in which case we have a non-democratic thing that has some just little sprouts of democracy that nonetheless is going to gradually disappear. And that is how early Spanish democracy goes away. And that is how the Cortes of Castile died. I should mention what the opposite of a mandate is. So mandates, when a representative is stuck in their position, you do have a alternative to that, plena potestas. That's Latin, not Spanish. Plena potestas is the opposite of a mandate. In a mandate, when you're sent to represent your constituency or your class or whatever constellation is in that particular assembly, you're stuck with whatever you're sent to do, right? If you were to break your policy position, you would not be representing your group. Even if it's in the best interest, even if it's in their best interest or the best interest of the state, you'd be breaking your oath by not following your mandate strictly. The opposite of that is plena potestas. Now, potestas, you can think about the potentate or a potent brew, right? Sorry, I just heard a cat meow. Potestas is a Latin word for power, and obviously it's plural here with the S at the end. Plena, plenty, origins of our English word there. This is obviously amateur etymology here, but plenty of powers is the functional translation I'm going to use here. If you have plenty of powers as a representative, that means that you are basically free to do what you think is best, as opposed to having to follow a strict mandate. This is, in theory, what a representative has today in our modern liberal democracies. Now, you will often hear politicians say, I won so many votes on my platform, I therefore have a mandate to do X, Y, and Z, right? This is often used as a political tactic to say, you can't, the opposition, you can't oppose this policy, I have a mandate from the people, right? But that's tradition, that's not literal, right? A representative in a representative democracy can basically do whatever they want in line with the Constitution. Obviously, there's judicial review and stuff, but you get what I'm saying. Someone who goes with these plena potestas to a legislature can make decisions based on, presumably, their values, their virtues, their expertise, their excellence, as Aristotle would put it. That plena potestas did not exist in the Cortes of Castile. I'm going to rip off this page and write another place where the conflict between a mandate and a plena potestas came to a head. I should mention, after the Magna Carta and the reaffirmation of the Magna Carta in 1295 back in England, you have this idea that the king is limited, can't levy taxes without consent. That seems to be a pattern throughout history in these democratic developments. The people who eventually make up the English Parliament prior to the Glorious Revolution and the English Civil War, so like 17th century developments in the UK or in England, they're going to also have mandates. And in the 14th century, these parliamentarians are going to come with strict mandates as well, just like the Cortes of Castile. It's only going to be after the Glorious Revolution when the Wilhelm of Orange from the Netherlands is going to be invited to topple James II, the Catholic King of England. He's going to be invited to be a co-ruler with James's daughter, Mary. You're going to have William and Mary. There's this really famous photo of them looking really pissed off at being presented with a document in the English Parliament. It is that document is a list of grievances and limitations that are being placed on the grievances on James II, who did lots of things that the nobility in England, particularly the Protestant nobility, did not like. Namely, he was Catholic, but he was also perceived as a bit of a tyrant, imposing his will. And actually, I covered this a long time ago on this channel. A lot of the complaints that were presented to William and Mary actually have a lot of echoes in the American Declaration of Independence. Kind of interesting, considering how much Americans want to pretend that we're so very different than the English. Another example of that, of course, we referenced earlier, was how Thomas Paine was helped in some of his writing and some of his early development. And I think even this article, it's been a few days since I read it, some financing and some publishing was done with the help of a duke named Richmond in England. The idea that England and the U.S. are so very different is far-fetched. And the reason I brought that up, though, was that those early parliamentarians in the English Parliament, they had mandates. Here's another place where mandates became a piece of conflict. That is in the French Estates General. It meets for the first time in 1302. It meets for the last time, at least as it in that current iteration, in 1789. That's an 8 there with my terrible handwriting. Why does it meet for the first time in 1302? Any guesses? It's the same reason that these things come up every single time. It's because the King of France needed money, please. Okay, so he called up 3 estates, and it was functionally to levy some taxes for the king in 1302. And those 3 estates in 1302, again, were not democratic, and they did have mandates, so they are neither plena potestas representative, nor are they democratic in the idea that they are part of representing a large franchise of citizens, be it male property owners or anything wider than that. Who gets to participate? The first estate, the clergy. The second estate, the aristocracy, the nobility. The third estate, at least in 1302, the third estate is actually like the merchants, the oligarchy. So we have here elements, if we're going back to the Aristotelian, we have the aristocracy, that is the people that are highborn. We have the oligarchy, that is the people that are wealthy. And then we have the men of faith. So perhaps we could describe this like the the king with the diarchy in Sparta, where one king handled like religious ceremonies and helped out in war occasionally. We could also make the king part of this and have a fourth estate, quote, like floating quotation marks, the monarchy. It's another example of a mixed system. Again, it doesn't function very well. It frustrates the heck out of the king because these folks come with mandates, and lo and behold, the people that send them from their institutions, or in the case of the merchants, their class-interested comrades, they don't want more taxes. Big surprise. So they don't vote for them. Now, eventually, up until the 1600s, the early 1600s, this is actually going to develop, and the Estates General is going to come with specifically plenipotestas, that is the flexibility to vote on taxation, specifically because of all the pressure from the king, because of the financial difficulties in France at the time. Between 1615, I believe, and 1789, the French Estates General, though, is going to basically be broken up by the monarchy, is going to not be called, because the king in this period, think about like the Sun King, Louis XIV, was it? Who's the stereotypical bigwig, Palace of Versailles, absolute monarch, can find a way to fund his lavish lifestyle without asking for permission, presumably by taking on just a lot of debt. That's going to culminate in 1789 when the French monarchy is once again going to be put in a position where they need some cash. They're going to call the Estates General for June of 1789. And by the time this one arrives, this third category of merchants, it's going to be up for a bit of debate, because the two estates in the French Estates General are going to remain, the clergy and the nobility, and they're going to vote against new taxes. The third estate, the very famous third estate, there's going to be a debate about how big should the third estate even be, and who should it represent? Because up until this point, this first Estates General that meets in 1302, this third estate is pretty small. In fact, I think I read that they had fewer representatives than either of these other two estates. But in 1789, a decision is made to expand this third estate to include some other folks. And functionally, what happens is that the third estate comes to represent everyone else in June 1789. Everyone else. So that means the poorest French people. Obviously, we're only talking about men, right? The poorest French men, the petty bourgeois, to use a Marxist term, basically the people who own some things, own some property, have some wealth, and some people who don't have some wealth. Anyone who is not a member of the born aristocracy of well birth, anyone who's not a member of the clergy, and of course, anyone who's not the king, will fit into the third estate. There's an expectation when the Estates General meets that they're going to help the king raise taxes, and that they're going to vote as unified blocks for their estate. So the clergy are going to vote together as one block. The nobility are going to vote together as one block. The third estate is going to vote together as one block. And lo and behold, the first two estates are going to vote against taxes. They're going to vote for their interests, and they're going to basically, on account of 2-to-1 votes functionally, when you add up everyone together and make them a unified block, going to block anything that everyone else might want out of the Estates General. Because by the time the Estates General rolls around in June 1789, there's a lot more on the people's mind than just how do we raise funds for the king. There are fundamental questions about the economy, about inflation, about material welfare, material conditions of the citizenry. This is going to blow up in June of 1789, June 17th of 1789, when the representatives of the Third Estate are going to walk out of the Estates General and thus begin the very famous French Revolution. But before we talk on that French Revolution, I did want to touch on the Italian republics and the French Republic. So I'm going to go back to these thinking patterns here that I've been referencing so far. We already talked about the separation of powers. We talked about that mixed system from Aristotle. We talked about the scale of pure direct democracy, where the people in both public and private, vote on like literally everything, every decision. And then of course, pure autocracy, where the one controls all things, right? We need to talk about another spectrum now, and that is the spectrum of the pure republic versus the pure democracy. So again, don't get it twisted here, but we're going to have a pure democracy and we're going to have a pure republic. Now, oh my goodness. Let me make sure that looks good. Republic. A pure republic and a pure democracy. Now, one of the issues that you'll find in modern conversations about democracy is that people will begin to conflate democracy and republic. And in fact, I think the most famous example of this is Maximilien Robespierre, that famous revolutionary in France, who said that republic and democracy are synonyms for one another. They are not different at all. And of course, we often think today about a republic as being democratic, but I'm here to tell you that that is a less than useful way of describing what a republic is, because it doesn't, well, it's just not accurate and it's confusing. So why? Well, when we think of a republic today, we will often, if you look in the dictionary, the first definition, Merriam-Webster or Oxford or whatever, it's going to describe a republic as something, a form of government with representation and democracy, or some formulation thereof. But really, to get the right definition of republic for our conversation today, you need to go like definition 2 or 3, which will describe a republic as a form of government without a king or queen. That is the definition we're going to be using today. Republic just means no king or queen, and that's it, right? So people in the French Revolution who wanted Louis XVI gone, they were Republicans, regardless of what they wanted to replace the monarchy with. The same thing in the UK today, you could have people who don't want to have King Charles, but that's it, right? There's nothing else to say about whether there are democratic elements within that system of government. Let me give you an extreme example. North Korea. North Korea is the Democratic People's Republic. The word republic is in there. Is that accurate? Well, it's obviously not accurate to call North Korea democratic, so we can scratch that off. But is the Democratic Republic, People's Republic of North Korea, a republic? Yeah, it is. Why? Because of that definition. There is no king or queen in North Korea, therefore North Korea is a republic. That is the way that I want to frame this, and the way that I think can be most clearly understood is that if you hear about a republic, you are not necessarily hearing about a system of government with democratic elements. And therefore, we can put things on a spectrum in terms of what would be a pure democracy, that is perhaps a system of government without a king or queen where people make all the decisions, and a pure republic where there is either a very strong oligarchy or a single ruler, a princeling like the Medici family, where there are no civil rights and there are very few democratic elements. So you could consider the Italian city-states under like in Florence, when Machiavelli was writing The Prince for the Medici family. This is a pure republic, or the closest we can get to a pure republic without just talking about ideal types. That is to say, there wasn't much power with the demos in the Italian city-states. There were some democratic elements early on in the Italian city-states. Those were removed over time, and it became, generally speaking, Florence, Venice, Milan, these became places run by powerful, moneyed interests. They became some of the most prototypical oligarchies in human history, and thus they fall on this side of the spectrum. If we were to call them republics using the modern definition, we get all confused, because you think, oh, it's a republic. Definition 1 of the dictionary says a republic is a representative form of government with democratic elements in it. And you might be led to believe that the Italian city-states were democracies or had democratic elements in them. That's functionally not true. There were assemblies, there were noblemen, wealthy people who participated in those, a small subset of the male population. They were not democracies, and they did not have much, if any, democratic elements in them, particularly as time went on. On the other end of the spectrum, we could talk about the purest democracy that we have in human history with extensive evidence, and we could talk about Athens, right? So there's no king in Athens, right? Pericles was not a king. Ancient Athenian constitution, we discussed, did have a king, right? Sparta had a king, so it wasn't a republic. But Athens does not have a king at the time of the 4th century BC. But it also has the power with the demos. The power is concentrated with the masses. And so, therefore, we can call it a pure democracy and a republic at the same time, a pure democratic republic, right? So it's going to fall over on this end of the spectrum. I'm realizing you can't really see what I'm writing. That's the word democracy right there, okay? What would fall in between these two things to try to make this clear? Well, we could say that the American Constitution at its inception was a little bit closer to a pure republic than a pure democracy. The founders of the American Constitution created a system of filters and separations to ensure that the demos actually did not have as much power or anything approaching it as what occurred in Athens. And that was done very intentionally. We'll cover that. But think about it. The American Constitution, what do the people have to say in the original Constitution? The people have a say, that is, the masses have a say, in who they elect to be the representatives in the House of Representatives. That's it. There's a second chamber of the legislature, the Senate, and in the American Constitution originally, the people didn't elect senators. The state legislature chose senators for the American Senate, and the state legislature itself was elected by the people. So there's a filter there, the state legislature. The presidency, in the original American Constitution, the electors of the Electoral College were selected by the people and then went and voted on their behalf in Washington for who they thought would make the best president. There's this concept of the faithless elector today. That would not have been seen as a extreme position back in the American founding. The idea is that the electors were independent. They were there to make sure that no king or aspiring king was chosen as a popular demagogue by the American people. Another version of filters. A third filter, the judiciary, the judicial branch. How do we select Supreme Court justices? Are they elected? No, again, there's a democratic filter. The people elect the representatives in this. The people select their legislators. The legislators select senators. The senators advise and consent the president, who is, again, indirectly elected. So you have indirectly elected senators advising an indirectly elected president, who will then appoint members to the Supreme Court. Again, the judiciary, not democratic. So you have one half of one branch of the American federal government, which is somewhat democratic. Everything else has lots of filters and ways of blocking the people. And so therefore the original American Constitution falls more over on this side of the spectrum. We might over time move this over, right? We have modifications to the American Constitution that include formerly enslaved people, that they have a right to vote. That won't actually come to be true universally until some of the reforms of the 1960s, but just go with me here. You're going to have the amendment in 1919, the 20th Amendment, to make women able to vote. That's going to move this a little bit over here. You're going to have the 17th Amendment that makes senators elected, or the 17th Amendment is income tax. Somebody correct me in the comments. I'm not a walking encyclopedia, and I've been talking for quite a while. But anyway, you have direct election of senators by the people in the states. That's going to add a little bit more democracy to the system. You're also going to have the idea that the people who win the popular vote in any individual state, those electors that go to Washington, it would be we have the occasional faithless elector, but it would be a controversy to not vote for the winner of the popular vote in each individual state as an elector who goes to Washington as the slate of electors. So we move a little bit more towards the democratic end of the spectrum. We also have a development in presidential primaries, et cetera, that make them more democratic. That is to say that it used to be that presidential candidates were selected behind closed doors, smoky, convention halls. You also had, even before that, you had something called King Caucus, where members of the Democratic Republican Party or the Federalists would get together and decide who was going to be their presidential candidate with basically no say from anyone else. It's really only an elite decision. Nowadays, since basically the 20th century, when Woodrow Wilson proposed a system of primaries and caucuses, and then you had a big ruckus of the 1968 Democratic Convention, National Convention, now voters, members of parties, choose candidates to be president. The selection then of presidential candidates is more democratic. That makes the entire American project more democratic. That's how we've gotten some of our more eccentric presidential candidates that have nonetheless gotten the nomination in recent history. You can think of one, probably off the top of your head, who in any other context would never have been nominated president if not for those democratic elements. And you can see then that the OG American Constitution, which is over there, that little black line that I drew, has now become more democratic. Nonetheless, the filters are still there. The judiciary is still indirectly elected. The Senate is not particularly democratic in that it represents states, land, better than people. Even the states with the least population are going to have 2 members of the Senate, right? So there's a little bit less democracy in there. So you can see that there is some variance in the American Constitution that makes it more of a just republic, a pure republic, and less of a pure democracy, though it has become more democratic over time. So I hope I've made that particular end 2 parts of the spectrum particularly clear. We could, of course, also do this again with a monarchy. So we could have an absolutist monarchy over here. Think about the Sun King in France. And we could talk about, on the other end of the spectrum, a constitutional republic under someone like King Charles, where the King of England has functionally no political power whatsoever. And the system is pretty democratized in that there are constituencies throughout the United Kingdom. Is it 650 members of the House of Commons? And the House of Lords, which used to be a check on the House of Commons on the plebeians, is no longer really a relevant part of the UK Constitution. Nonetheless, there is a king, right? So it's not a republic, but it's also not an absolutist monarchy. It's a constitutional monarchy. And so we could create yet another spectrum here with democratic monarchies and more tyrannical monarchies. So you can see that there are no neat boxes for anything to fit in when we're talking about the constitutional setup of a liberal modern democracy. And I did just want to loop back to the Italian city-states. I was just picking up a note card, a little note that I wrote. John Donne wrote that Venice was ostentatiously aristocratic. So we could also just call that ostentatiously oligarchical. That is that Venice, Milan, Florence, these are run by powerful merchants. They are not democracies. Machiavelli, writing about these Italian city-states in the 1500s, would have called and described them in some of his writings like the aristocratic republic, like Sparta. So these are not democracies, despite the fact that in our modern context, a republic, according to the first definition in the dictionary, has democratic elements in it. Shame on you, dictionaries, for confusing everyone and not being a smarty pants like me. But I did want to just touch on one other republic I think that I would get lambasted for if I didn't mention it, because it is super fascinating, and that is the Dutch Republic. The Netherlands, the Dutch Republic, is going to become independent from Spain in the late 1500s in 1588. It's going to last until the French, the French are going to come in the late 1700s and bring an end to the Dutch Republic's golden age. Well, it was kind of ending before then. The Dutch golden age is something that takes place in the 1600s. Now, the Dutch Republic is fascinating in that it is decentralized, assembly-based republic, and it is going to lead to a society in which there is a lot of personal freedom and financial freedom. If you wish to be a merchant in the Dutch Republic, very possible to make your money and to be left alone by politics. If you want to be an artist in the Dutch Republic, very possible, and you can be quite expressive in that art. The sciences and just general freedom of expression are going to flourish in the Dutch Republic. And so the Dutch Republic, though it isn't going to have really some of the expansive franchise that we would expect in a modern liberal democracy, is going to have some of the freedom of values, the freedom of belief, the freedom to do what you want, as Pericles would have put it, that we don't really see in modern liberal democracies until sometimes the mid-20th century. Another interesting function of the Dutch Republic is the function of its assemblies. Now, there is a central assembly in the Dutch Republic that overrepresents oligarchy and wealth. There are decentralized local assemblies in the Dutch Republic that represent towns. Again, they're going to be under strict mandates, these people, and when they go from the local assembly to the national central assembly, they're going to be beholden to the local interests. And so the Dutch Republic becomes unwieldy, hard to manage, but it does protect local interests very well, sometimes to the detriment of the central state in terms of Like, think about how hard it is to declare a war if you need unanimity among all the localities to declare such war and to raise the funds and revenues for such war, to conscript people from those different localities, if every single locality can opt out of the decisions of the Central Assembly, and everyone who goes from the local assemblies to the Central Assembly are also strictly forbidden from changing their minds or doing anything other than their mandate tells them to. Okay, I mentioned the French Revolution earlier, and I said that the French Revolution is really where the concept of democracy is going to get its greatest rehabilitation. It's going to set a precedent for modern times that is expressed through the revolutions of 1848, and then are going to be enshrined in liberal constitutions after World Wars I and II. It's all going to kind of originate back in the French Revolution, but there is one other revolution that I think must be brought up, and not a democratic one, but one that's going to set some democratic foundations. We were just talking about that original American Constitution and how non-democratic it was, and I wanted to show that even here in the 1770s, 1780s, the American founders were still operating under the presupposition that democracy was mob rule, that it was bad. We mentioned James Madison talking about democracy being a mob rule and wanting to establish a republic that is balanced. That is the kind of thinking that would be in line with Polybius, with Aristotle, particularly with Plato, who really did not like democracy. This is the intellectual foundation that the American founders are going to use. They are going to include the people, a democratic element, as we discussed earlier, filtered in the American Constitution, because they are believers in the idea that there should be a mixed system, right? That Aristotle was right and that there should be balance, because if you don't have a well-balanced system, eventually it will get out of whack and it will lead to tyranny. And so therefore, even though democracy bad, you do need to have an element of the demos involved in governance. But years ago, actually right after the 2016 election, I did a video on Andrew Jackson, and I talked about how, because the Jacksonian era is known in American history as a pretty democratic era of American history, in that property requirements for voting were abolished in almost every state. And so the era of Jacksonian democracy is an era in which there is more participation from different classes of people in the American project. But back at the American founding, this was not the intent. And so in that video, I did a lot of quoting of the American founders, basically bashing the idea of democracy. And so I now have the wonderful privilege of plagiarizing myself by bringing up those quotes once again. At the Constitutional Convention, Roger Sherman wrote, a delegate from Connecticut, quote, "The people immediately should have as little to do as may be with the government." Elbridge Gerry writes, "The evil we experience flow from excess of democracy. The people do not want virtue. They are the dupes of tyrants." John Adams, a founder, second president of the United States in 1814, wrote, "Democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself." John Marshall, I think he was the second or third Chief Justice, but he is the one that brings us Marbury versus Madison and the idea of judicial review, writes, "Between a balanced republic and a democracy, the difference is like that between order and chaos." Isn't that interesting? Madison in Federalist 10 writes that democracies are short in their lives as they have been violent in their deaths. Nonetheless, in this very famous Federalist paper, Federalist number 10, James Madison is defending the idea of having what he calls, quote, "schemes of representation in this new American republic." And why? Well, it's because this is the innovation, the most important innovation that the American founders are going to bring to modern democracies, to modern republics with democratic elements. And that is that if you're scared of mob rule in these ancient city-states, remember what Solon was doing. Remember what Cleisthenes was doing. They were dividing the Athenian city-states not just by class, but by geography. And the idea was that if you can start to get people identifying in different ways beyond their class, beyond their birth, beyond their wealth, you can start to divide power, and you can try to prevent the buildup of power that would make the system out of whack, out of balance. So Madison argues that in a large republic like the United States is at the time, the 13 colonies, despite the fact that they're not nearly obviously as big as the American continental United States today, Nonetheless, they were pretty big for the time, and there was this fear that republics, and particularly republics with democratic elements at the time the American republic was founded, would devolve into tyranny. So how do you prevent that? Well, Federalist 10 is all about the way of diffusing faction. That is, diffusing people who will band together, build power, and do something that will be to the detriment of the republic. Madison's big innovation is to say, the advantage we have as a large republic is that all of those factions will be spread out over this huge geographic area. And of course, at a time before industrialization in the United States, you are going to have a lot of trouble. I don't know, if you want to build a faction, you have to like send a letter, right? From Georgia all the way up to Connecticut or something. How are you going to form a faction in a republic that big? So you're not only dividing powers between a federal and a state government, and really that's another level that we could talk about here of dividing powers between federal and state governments, but then the federal government itself is divided according to Montesquieu, judicial, legislative, and executive. And then on top of that, the society, the republic itself, is divided geographically. There's these huge spaces that make it harder to build up these factions that are going to destroy the republic. Madison warns that liberty is to faction as air is to fire. That is to say, if we build too free of a society, we are blowing air, we are blowing oxygen on a fire that is going to blow up in our face. That is going to echo some of the criticisms of Plato and Aristotle, who say that a complete freedom will lead to the decay of virtue. Finally, James Madison writes in Federalist 51 that ambition must be made to check ambition. That is to say that in order to have a functional American republic, we need to have different branches of government, those separate branches of government, as Montesquieu said, checking each other to prevent tyranny. You can see from the conception that Aristotle had of, and he's already describing an older constitution like Sparta, something with a mixed system between aristocracy, the monarchy, and the demos. We then get Montesquieu's separation of powers. We then get Madison's idea of a big or a small republic, of federal and local government. When you mold all that together, when you mold the idea of a mixed system of separated powers and of geographical separation, what you have is the foundation for hopefully a republic that can healthily infuse some democratic elements into it without becoming the mob rule that so many feared. Now, you'll hear counter arguments that say that this is all to protect property. This is all to protect the wealthy class that founded the United States. There is a kernel of truth in that. Of course, most of these people were operating through the lens of negative rights. Those were the ideas advocated by John Locke back in the 17th century, the late 1600s, saying that the purpose of government is to protect life, liberty, and property. We will get this transcribed into the American Declaration of Independence, or iterated into the American Declaration of Independence, as life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is only later in the French Revolution, and through some of the pioneering thinking of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who dies before the French Revolution, that we're going to get the idea of positive rights. What should the government be doing for improving the material conditions of the citizenry? How is the government going to deduce the general will, to use Rousseau's phrasing, in order to do something positive for the citizenry, not just defend people's right to just exist, life, liberty, happiness, to do as they please, as the Athenian Constitution purported to do. Which brings us nicely to the last historical stop on our journey. I do think we could spend some time in 1848 talking about those revolutions, but really I think if you combine the Atlantic revolutions of the American, French, and I have a soft spot for the Haitian Revolution and the idea of racial liberty, but let's keep this focused on democracy. Haiti does absolutely not become a democracy after their revolution. I think if you take the American and French Revolution, you have the foundations of modern democracy, more or less, and we will talk about how those two revolutions either survived or died. We will reference a few more democracies that lived, were born, and died after that, and then we will talk about a unified definition of what democracy is, how it dies, and how it might be preserved. And of course, some of these democracies, like the French, the first French, the second French, and the third French Republic, are going to live and die and decay and do all sorts of different things. It's a bit like that lyric from the scat man in the 1990s who said, all the things that you think are dead are yet to be born. So we already talked about how the French king in 1789, Louis, was in need of some money. He called a Estates General, the clergy as the first estate, the nobility as the second estate, and the third estate being an expanded group of petty bourgeois and the masses themselves. The third estate in June of 1789 is going to walk out of this Estates General, and they are going to form the National Assembly. They're not actually, at least at the beginning, necessarily going to deride the idea of a constitutional monarchy, of a check on the monarchy, but they certainly are going to say that the functions or the construction of the three estates in the Estates General, of having two of the estates represent only a very tiny minority of the population, that is not going to be a system that is going to work for us, the third estate, speaking in the broadest brushstrokes possible. What we need instead is a little bit of a third what we need instead is a third estate that can represent everyone, that can be a check on the monarchy or can operate independently, some extra radical thinkers thought. And we do not need this landed, well-birthed nobility, nor do we care that much about the superstitious clergy and what they think should be going on within the state. And so I wanted to just define the third estate a little bit better for you. This is a source book that I got in undergrad, actually. It's still got the Texas State University bookstore little sticker on there from back when I bought it. I wish there was still a price on here because I feel like I always thought books were expensive back then, and I'm sure it's even worse now. This poor little book's starting to fall apart, but I'm citing that source, and all of my sources are in the description. We're going to talk about one source in here, one guy named Abbé Sieyès. I'm sure I mispronounced it. I don't speak French. But he wrote a letter, really a pamphlet that was quite a thick tome, according to it says in his book-sized pamphlet, Abbé Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès wrote blah, 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 blah. So homeboy was a little wordy. I can't think of anyone else off the top of my head who's a little wordy and doesn't know how to keep it brief. Abbé Sieyès wrote, Qu'est-ce que le tiers état? Oh my gosh, in 1789. What is the third estate? So we have this debate here. Is the third estate, should the third estate represent the oligarchy? Should it represent the petty bourgeois? Should they all be represented together in some way? Should the National Assembly be divided by class? How should it operate? And he gives so there's some proto-nationalism in here, but he writes something that I think connects the French Revolution all the way back to the historian Herodotus, who was writing about the Battle of Marathon, for example, in 490 BC. So he's writing in the 5th century BC as the Athenian constitution is gradually democratizing. So here we have Sieyès writing about the third estate. He says, what is the third estate? And then he writes in all caps, everything. The third estate is everything. So he is creating a unified definition. He is saying that the rich, the poor, the few, the many, they all are brought into the National Assembly together, into the third estate together. There is no distinctions as there are here in the early Estates General of the last hundreds of years, of the last centuries. Well, and I just grabbed my papers here, going back to my notes on Herodotus, on democracy. Herodotus lived between 484 and 425 BC. In one of his dialogues, he's writing about Persians debating their form of government. Now, how in the world Herodotus knows how to quote the Persians directly as they debate government, I have no idea. He was Herodotus of Halicarnassus, so he was from the western part of Anatolia, which became part of the Persian Empire, but there is no evidence to say that Herodotus was somehow in Persia to witness this. Like Thucydides, we have to take his speeches with a grain of salt. Nonetheless, Herodotus writes in Book 3 about the Persian debate on government that there's a decision trying to be made about whether Persia should be a monarchy, a democracy, or something else. And even the infamous Darius I, who's going to launch that invasion of Attic Greece, of the Hellenic world, and that culminates in the Battle of Marathon. Even he is going to take part in this debate. You can imagine he's arguing for a monarchy. But there is someone present at this debate, according to Herodotus, that is arguing for democracy, who writes, "The rule of the majority is beautiful and powerful, that the Greeks have equality before the law." And then they write this, "For in the many is the whole." For in the many is the whole. It gets a little existential. There is no separation to mix, right? We talked earlier about Aristotle's vision of what a mixed government is. So Aristotle has these three different parts of society, right? The one, the few, and the many. And he says the best way to construct a constitution is to combine these in a way in which you can see both, but also see neither. So he's creating these separations. It's not a monistic, as in a singular view of what the polity, of what the government and the state should be, but it is moving in that direction, because he says we should start to mix these things together. In ancient Athenian democracy, the idea of disagreement was a little bit frowned upon. You did have obviously debate in the assembly. We talked earlier about that debate between Cleon and Diodotus. But the idea was that Athenian democracy, when the assembly decides on something, right, that is it. Everyone is united together to make it happen. There is this virtue in the unanimity of decisions in the masses, right? And so we have this reflected in the quote from Herodotus, in which someone in this Persian debate argues, "For in the many is the whole." So when we all come together, we actually begin to mesh ourselves together, right? We are the political animal, writes Aristotle. And when you build up from the family unit, from the individual to the family unit, the politics of a home, the politics of a village, the politics of many villages come together. That's how you get a polis. You start to build the state. And the function of the state is the good life. Well, now jump forward to Mr. Sieyès in the National Assembly in France, and he says, what is the third estate? The third estate is everything. So we do not need the clergy, the nobility, the petit bourgeois, and everyone else separated together. In fact, Sieyès in this pamphlet is going to also decry the fact that women are not included in politics. Instead, all citizens should be together, meshed as one. There should be unity. There should be a singular will, a general will, to use the phrasing of Rousseau. And in fact, it is in the Declaration of the Rights of Man. So in the I had to open my pamphlet here. In the Declaration of the Rights of Man, Section 6, the law is the expression of the general will. All citizens have the right to take part in person or by their representatives. So we have here the more legalistic phrasing of "in the multitude is everything," in the masses is the whole. In the general will is the basis of law itself, a general will in which all citizens partake. In the third estate is everything. And I want to bring back one more thing. Remember 431, Pericles' funeral oration. He's writing about the fallen so far in the Peloponnesian War, and he writes, of a war fallen, his merits as a citizen more than outweighed his demerits as an individual. His merits as a citizen, my dramatic effect is broken. His merits as a citizen more than outweighed his demerits as an individual. That is to say, in your private life, if you're a POS, if you're not that great, if you've got a drinking problem, if you've perhaps been a little bit too licentious with your liberty and you've lost your virtue, You can make up for it in participating in politics, in participating in the states. In the multitude is everything. What is the third estate? It is everything. Now, I have a question for you, because this is a different way. This is, in my opinion, both beautiful and disturbing. Because in a way, it is expressing like ancient philosophy or ancient religions, right? The Tao, the wave is everything, right? It's expressing, it almost sounds like a line from the Heart Sutra. In the multitude is everything. The body is no other than mind no other than body, right? It starts to become this, almost this thought when you look up at the stars and you say, we're all interconnected, man. We're all part of the same thing. It's beautiful. And yet at the same time, this idea of the general will, the idea that the general will is the basis of law, and how do we deduce the general will, can become very dystopian very quickly. An obvious example is that who are some other folks who enjoyed Rousseau, who were not just your average members of the French National Assembly, hoping to break down some of these old roles for the monarchy and nobility? Well, first of all, you have the man who represented the terror, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Maximilien Robespierre, one of the most radical members of the French Revolution, who will eventually participate in the terror, in the decapitation of the king, and go on to be decapitated himself, the most violent part of the French Revolution. But another example that I think is a little bit more pertinent to our conversation is that radical nationalists, fascists, revolutionary fascists are going to start to bring up the idea of the general will being expressed in a duce, in a Führer, in a caudillo in the 20th century. And that is another way in which democracy dies, is when the general will gets infused into a revolutionary nationalist movement. It would fall into the category of the internal coup in the case of the Spanish Revolution. In the case of the Spanish revolt under Francisco Franco, in the case of the partially the Machtergreifung, but also the Herrschaftskompromiss that brings Adolf Hitler to power. You have a compromise, an internal coup functionally with conservatives. I guess it's not really a coup as much as a allowance of totalitarianism to come to the fore. And in the case of Italy, you have another compromise between right-wingers, conservative authoritarians, and fascists. And so another way democracy dies is actually when this idea of the general will, of all this interconnectedness, goes too far. When being a dissenting voice, when going against what the power structures of society decide is the general will, becomes a crime in and of itself, one in which you either lose your head or in the 20th century end up in some sort of a camp. And so you might simultaneously say that the idea that the multitude is everything, that democracy is the amalgamation of all interests without distinction of class, without distinction of the one and the few, but instead only considering the many. You might call it a beautiful, almost philosophical understanding of what it is to be a human being, what it is to be a cosmopolitan, a citizen of the universe, interconnected with all other beings. You might also say it is one of the scariest forms, it is one of the scariest pretexts for totalitarianism that you can imagine. And so I think this beautiful notion and disturbing notion, it's a paradox, isn't it, needs to be paired with the far more cynical understanding, and I would argue some of the wisdom of the American founders, as unfashionable as that might be to say, and as flawed as those individuals were, what thinkers like James Madison thought when they wrote about faction in Federalist 10, when ambition would need to counteract ambition in Federalist 51, when the American founders said democracy will quickly devolve into tyranny. Plato was right. Polybius was right. When they say those things, what they are buying into is one of the predecessors of Jean-Jacques Rousseau and his general will, John Locke. They're buying into his paradigm more, that the function of government is to protect individuals primarily from the tyranny of the majority, as Alexis de Tocqueville would put it. As John Stuart Mill would also put it, writing after Tocqueville, that tyranny of the majority is the biggest concern. And the way to get over the tyranny of the majority, the way for the multitude to not trample over the individual, is to create separated powers, is to be very careful with how you infuse democracy into a system. And here's the biggest contradiction of all, or the biggest challenge to the Athenian way of thinking about monistic government. Monistic being M-O-N, as in the sound you're hearing right now is mono sound. It's equal in both of your ears. Mono, as in one. A monistic form of government is an idea that it's an early version of the general will that says government should be run as a single unity, that when we all combine together, we have our state, we have our constitution. That disagreement itself might be a bad thing, that we need unanimity. In the Athenian sense, part of it was because politics was infused with some of the spirituality. There was a goddess of democracy. If you don't have unity in your government, you might not be pleasing the gods, right? Disagreement is this scary thing. When we have mandated constituents in the estates and in the Cortes in Spain in 1188, when we have the French General Assembly starting in 1302, we have the idea that all these blocks should come together and make decisions. And actually, with the American founding, I think what its major contribution was to say, and what Montesquieu's contribution was to say with the separation of powers, is that actually, no, humanity is not one big blob. You can't just condense all the interests into one thing. Actually, disagreement is good. Disagreement is expected. Disagreement is human nature. Ambition, to use Madison's phrase, is natural, and therefore you need ambition to counteract ambition. That actually baking the concept of disagreement into your constitution, into your form of government, is a way to protect the individual and eventually get to a general prosperity. It's through these limitations, these separations, it's through these overlapping interests, it's through these mixtures that Aristotle first proposed to us, that the Spartan Constitution, the lawgiver Lycurgus of legend, brought into his mixed state in Sparta. This is the foundation, actually, of allowing for the natural tendencies of humans to divide into faction, to not necessarily act virtuous, particularly when liberty is involved. When political liberty is like air to fire, that is when we need to have limitations, and we need to actually celebrate disagreements as the natural process of coming to the truth. It is in almost the tradition of the dialectic that we come to understand. And dialectic is the idea that you have two different arguments that, come together in like Hegelian philosophy, idealism, or in Marxist philosophy. The idea that you have two conflicting theses, a thesis and an antithesis, come together. And then you have a synthesis, a new thesis. You could almost call it a polylectic, right? The idea that in our modern democracies, it's actually healthy to have a lot of different opinions and have them all come together and conflict with one another and embrace that, not faction, but that idea that people are going to start to advocate in different interests and for different identities. And we might actually, through dialectic, through polylectic, through division of powers, through all of these different mechanisms we install in our constitution, we might actually create something competent and functional, not dysfunctional. By slowing things down and introducing levels of deliberation, democratic filters, we might actually come to the right choices. We move a little slower, but we eventually find virtue, find excellence. We find the government that provides for the good life, as Aristotle would have put it. Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground. I've written down a couple more pages. I want to fulfill the promise of this video by talking about how democracy dies. I want to then move into what is the point of democracy? How do we define it for the modern day very quickly, and we'll get out of here. Okay, so we've already talked a lot about how it dies. One of the ways democracy dies is by simple invasion, and this is actually way more common than you would expect. We already mentioned Athens. We talked about Sparta, even though it only had a democratic element. It was not democratic, being invaded by the Visigoths. You have the Switzerland direct democracy and the cantons still existing today, but there is a pause between 1798 and 1848 as the French invade. The French also mess with the Dutch Republic between 1795 and 1848. And we mentioned some of those proto-democracies, the Huron and the Tlaxcala. who were obviously subjects of imperial colonization. We had the idea of democracies invading other democracies. So we talked about how Athens put down the democracies in some of their empire, ironically. But we could also talk about the most famous democracy other than Athens, the United States of America. We've already talked about why it falls a little bit more towards the republic end of the spectrum than direct democracy. Nonetheless, democratic values become a big part of the Wilsonian tradition after World War I. And the USA, of course, has ended some democracies by invasion. That's why I'm bringing this up. Guatemala 1954, Chile 1973, Argentina 1976. They ended a democratically elected government in Cuba in 1906. And of course, in 1898, the United States took one of Spain's colonies, Puerto Rico, and even though Puerto Rico operates as a representative democracy, at least for its region today, it is still a place that is not a state and is somewhat disenfranchised. And so therefore, democracy on Puerto Rico was never born, or is at least in its current state improper. And that would go for any other American colony as well, in places like Guam or the Virgin Islands. We could talk about gradual curtailment of democracy in places like the Cortes, where the king of Spain basically gets bored arguing with people with mandates. The French Estates General, which gets suspended in 1615 and does not. France, of course, reemerges then as a democracy once, twice, thrice. So France is probably the most complicated example that we can talk about. But we could also talk about the gradual curtailment of democratic elements in places like the Dutch and Italian republics, where there are a little bit of democratic seasoning, basically, that then gradually go away. In the Dutch Republic, because of the acquirement, because of the advancement of finance into domination in some of those assemblies, and in the case of the Italian republics, the same. Of course, there's the I've got my note card here, so I make sure not to get as many as I can. And this is one of those videos where I give you permission in the comments to say you forgot to mention. It's one of my least favorite YouTube comments, but in this case, covering thousands of years of human history, I'm sure I have forgotten to mention something. So please let me know with respectful comments down below. But internal coups, we could talk about the democratic elements of Rome being eliminated through the birth of its empire under Octavian/Augustus. We could talk about France, 1799, Napoleon's rise, 1851, Napoleon III. And of course, then France is invaded in 1940. That's an example of democracy dying by invasion and then being reborn in the Third Republic after World War II. Again, France is complicated. It basically makes it onto all of the items of this list. Good job, France. Congratulations. Bonus points for you, I guess, for having your democracy die and be reborn over and over and over again. Turkey is an example I have as an internal coup. So I do think that like the developments of modern day Turkey after Ataturk and the fake coup of Tayyip Erdogan, that actually the day after that internal coup happened, that must have been like 2018, 2019. Someone can, I'm sorry. That must have been like 2016, 2017. Someone can correct me down in the comments about the exact one, when Tayyip Erdogan appeared on the news and basically staged a coup himself in order to put down some of Turkey's democracy, even though you still have what Levitsky would call competitive authoritarianism there. There's still some elements of democracy in Turkey. Is its democracy dead? Could it come back? I think that's an open question. But as of right now, I think it's fair to say that it is somewhere between authoritarianism and democracy. I think that's something that might also be said for India's case in its recent developments with Modi there in India. I think that's a relevant case to bring up as well. As a, let's just say, a democracy under threat, and there's subtlety to this, because still going as a category here, India still a democracy, still going. Hungary, right? Could they eventually vote out Orban and end his political party's hegemony, right? There's developments in places like Austria, where the far right was asked actually by the president to form a government. Could that eventually go back to being a democracy? Was it ever lost? I don't know what the FOP is doing in Austria right now. We have to talk about some of these places that fall in between, whether they're truly dead or not. The USA, right? Like, was the USA ever a democracy, right? Where was it on the spectrum will depend on your political persuasion, where it is now, whether the United States is a true democracy or whether it's really more like an oligarchy with democratic elements. I think that would be the most fair description of American democracy. So does it really count as being alive or dead if it doesn't really exist, if it falls somewhere in between, if it's a mixed system? Still going,
A couple more that are still going. Switzerland, Iceland. Some great examples are the UK and its Commonwealth. The UK was able to avoid some of the turmoil of the mid-19th century. Like there was no 1848 revolution equivalent in the UK because they'd already been busy developing a constitutional monarchy system through the Glorious Revolution and through the emergence of a middle class, similar to the Dutch Republic, where there's a lower chance of being, stymied or hurt or revolted against in 1848, like happened in France and in the Austrian Empire, if you already have a middle class. And the UK and its Commonwealth nations like New Zealand, Australia, Canada, they are going to be examples where democracy has been extant existing for hundreds of years now and seems to be doing fairly well. And we can go a little further than the basic, categories. We could just talk about general imbalances is what kills democracy. So an imbalance of the three elements that Aristotle mentioned: aristocracy, monarchy, the demos. If the demos gets too out of whack, as it did in Athens, and it started making bad decisions in the Peloponnesian War, it can help lend itself to that invasion that ends its democracy temporarily after the Peloponnesian War, and maybe you could argue made them ill-prepared for their invasion by Macedon. You could have imbalance in the branches of government. These are some of those still going democracies like the United States, where you're like, what's going on right now? There's an imbalance between the separated powers, the three branches of government. The executive is starting to, take on, for example, like to be a little bit less currentist or presentist, right? The executive branch over the last 100 years has taken on more of the responsibility of the war powers in the United States. The war powers are explicitly given to Congress in Article 1. And yet the president of the United States, the commander-in-chief, has taken on more of their responsibilities, leading to a perhaps decay in the separation of powers. You could talk about an imbalance, like in the Italian city-state of Venice, where the oligarchy, as it gained wealth, as Venice became much more of a place of wealthy merchants, the middling, small democratic elements disappeared pretty quickly. And then you could talk about the perspective of someone like Thomas Paine when we're talking about imbalances, where Thomas Paine thought actually it was the fact that the demos were so directly powerful in Athens that was the problem, not that there was a democratic aspect to it at all. In fact, Paine would argue that representative democracy is actually the better iteration of democracy, and that if Athens had been a representative democracy, that it would have survived and continued to flourish, that it would not have died, that its imbalance would not lead to its end. Speaking of which, there is an argument that democracy dies as a part of a natural cycle. So Polybius would say that all forms of government go in these cycles, from oligarchy to democracy to tyranny, and so on and so forth. Plato would also say it's natural for democracy to simply devolve into tyranny. Here's another way that democracy dies. It's kind of similar to internal coup, but the Herrschaftskompromiss is the way that you would define Herrschaft as like authority or domination, or I think that's der Herr is like an old German word for God, or, the current word for like Mr. So it's like the authority. Schaft is like ism. Oh goodness. Let's not do live translations right now. Compromise is obviously compromise. This is how Hitler came to power, is that the authorities that be compromised with him to give him power. This is also how the Italian fascists came to power. The internal coup argument would be the one in Spain when the fascists under Francisco Franco overthrew the elected Republican Second Spanish Republic Popular Front. We could talk about the decay in civic life. So Alexis de Tocqueville said that one of the foundations of the American democratic project was the fact that there were so many small local ways that people participated in democracy. There was a larger culture, and that helped to first of all, protect those local groups from tyranny, but also to instill the values of democracy throughout the country. The decay of that would be a big problem, and we're experiencing in our modern era, since, if you've ever read Bowling Alone, I think the author's name is Putnam, you would see that since the 1960s, when there was a peak in civic participation in bowling leagues and political parties and the Daughters of the American Revolution and churchgoers and basically anything
that brings people together outside of work and private life in the United States is on the decline. And I think that's directly relevant when we talk about the idea that politics itself in ancient democracy was a duty, and in modern democracy, the expectation is that you don't like and don't participate in politics, and that's completely acceptable. So obviously in Athenian democracy, this duty to participate, what Pericles said, is less than useless, or they're not just unambitious, they're useless if they don't participate in politics. This was a necessity in a small society, in a small city-state. That everyone pitch in, right? It's your duty to pitch in, to keep public life going, to rule and be rude, to rule and be ruled, to rotate in and out of office, and to be part of the polis. Now, obviously, in a far more complex modern society with our modern economics, our modern capitalism, our separation of powers, our local and regional governments, our municipal governments, it's impossible to really know everything that's going on. I still think that one way democracy dies is when people stop seeing it as their duty to participate in politics outside of the act of voting, or, for a large portion of the population, not even doing that. I think that is a direct threat to democracy. When public policy starts to have a further and further disconnect from the wishes of the public, and the public is less and less involved in politics, you must at least start the argument and the discussion about whether the democracy is on life support or not. Where we said, the things you think are dead have never been born, from the scat man. There are places where there was no need for government naturally, according to Stasavage. So the governments that always had a wide ability to collect tax revenue, be it through a very complicated, intricate, and impressive bureaucracy like China, or through something like Venezuela, where you have oil revenues that make the state far more powerful. You don't really need the consent of the governed. You don't need to make compromises, as places that have less of those capacities have to make with the oligarchs or even with the demos in order to raise revenue, in order to govern. And then finally, don't forget that Aristotle told us that disregard for the laws is a sign that democracy is not doing so great, that the respect for the laws, the respect for magistrates is a key to a healthy democracy. If you're going to have one, you might as well have one where everybody respects the laws. If you don't, if nobody's respecting the laws, and particularly the people making the laws don't respect the laws, or the people making the laws are also enforcing the laws, and you have those mixed responsibilities of government, and then they're not respected by the people, right? You can think about any sort of combination of those factors. When those start to get out of whack, you might be on the track to a dead democracy. We can talk about the inverse of those things, rapid fire. If lack of civic life is a threat to democracy, is one of the things that might kill democracy, then having an educated citizenry. Aristotle said that the primary concern of the lawmaker should be the education of its citizens, and that's something that he and his predecessor Plato had in common. If you have an educated citizenry, then you have a good chance of protecting whatever form of government you have, because then you have people who are not just materially middling, but intellectually middling in a good way. That the wisdom in the mean, the good is in the mean, according to Aristotle. What protects democracy? Material benefits. So I actually forgot to mention Vladimir Lenin and his critique of democracy. And of course, in my last video, we talked about the revolutions of 1848, the fact that there was this tension between negative rights of John Locke, life, liberty, and property, and positive rights, what the government shall do for you. There are people that say that without those positive rights, without helping people to have material benefits, how can you really have a democracy? I think the best way of putting this comes from Vladimir Lenin. In 1919, he wrote Democracy and Dictatorship. He attacked social democracy, that is, gradualist reform of capitalism, for defending bourgeois democracy. What is bourgeois democracy? It's a democracy in which you have all these fancy words: freedom, equality, democracy, universalism, right? You have all these great sounding things that sound like democracy, and then you have people starving. Their material conditions are awful. How can you have a thriving political life if you are out on the street hungry? Lenin writes, "It is sheer mockery of the working and exploited to speak of pure democracy, of equality, freedom, and universal rights when the workers and all working people are ill-fed, ill-clad, ruined, and worn out." So talking about negative rights like freedom of assembly, the press, these are not accessible to working people. Without positive rights, without material conditions being good, you cannot speak of democracy. And I think there's a point there. There's absolutely a point there. What is the point of having freedom if it's the freedom to starve? We can also invert that, however, because of course Lenin perhaps we could say builds a society which with its aim at bringing about material conditions improvement, but as totalitarian communist states tend to do under Stalin, Mao, and Kim Il-sung, you tend to have instead perhaps a state in which people eat, not in Mao's China, not in North Korea, whatever. Let's not get into that too much, not into the Holodomor genocide in Ukraine. But nonetheless, you get the idea that people should be, having their material conditions fulfilled. Maybe in the later Soviet Union, no one was starving to death, right? But you also have a one-party state without political freedom. So you have the inverse problem in that everyone's got a full belly, but they don't have the freedoms that they would want. The inverse that Lenin was criticizing was a place where everyone has their political freedoms, but then they're starving, right? And so theoretically, if we're going to try to advocate for social democracy, you'd say that the goal is to kind of find the middle ground there, find the mean, as Aristotle would put it, between a vibrant private and a vibrant political life. Those two things together, having time for the important public matters and time for the private affairs, that is the good life. That is the excellent government that we are supposed to be aiming for. So then very quickly, what is democracy? I realize that's a very strange thing to have last, but I think it's the greatest way to explain the ambiguity here, which is in fact the first category, accepting ambiguity. That description I just gave of Lenin's critique of democracy, I think, is one example. It's not to say, Lenin was a communist, therefore he was wrong. Obviously, he was writing a polemic at that time in 1919 against social democrats in Germany, but we can still say that there's a kernel of truth in there. How can you have a vibrant political life if you're starving? What is the point of having negative rights, life, liberty, and property if you have no property, right? If you have nothing. So democracy means accepting that there is no such thing, and there never has been a pure democracy. That ideal type that we described earlier has never existed, right? The closest we got was democratic Athens, and it had flaws. And it excluded a lot of people. And now we have far more inclusive democracy. We have universal suffrage, and yet what we have is probably more like an oligarchy with some democratic elements in it. So neither of those examples is perfect, and we have to bathe in that ambiguity and understand that we're never going to have, quote unquote, our democracy intact. We're always going to have these disagreements about what it actually means. Should we be the multitude in which there is everything, or should we embrace conflict, embrace the fact that we're going to clash heads and disagree? I don't know. The only thing I do know, however, is number 2. And this is, I think, the common kernel, the common thing that must be a pretext of democracy. And that is that something that I don't think that really that the ancient thinkers were talking about. One thing I think they missed. Lord knows I shouldn't be arrogant enough to critique the ancients, so let me just retract that last statement and just say I personally believe that in order to have human flourishing, to reduce suffering, to use a negative utilitarian phrasing, but in order to have the opposite of suffering, in order to have flourishing, you simply must accept that people should have a say in some way, shape, or form in how they are governed. That is simply a pretext for the good life, in my humble opinion. I do hope you agree with me, and I hope that this video has made clear that my ultimate value is in that dignity of humans, and to be a little more radical, like non-human animals capable of suffering, right? To find a balance in all of these things, to reduce suffering, to increase flourishing, means that there should be some agency in life for everyone capable of expressing agency. And even those who might be incapacitated and incapable, if they are capable of suffering, we should be looking out for them too. But there are other ways of defining democracy, right? There are more academic ways. And one of them, of course, as we've talked about earlier, is power and authority in the Max Weber paradigm that he would give us. The power of the demos to impose its will regardless by force. That could be defining of democracy. Or in a more representative government, does the demos, do the masses have enough authority to have their representatives do what they want, even if, the representatives don't have to be physically forced? Is this variety of power, is this variety of authority, this Herrschaft, to use the German word, is that with the people? If so, you have a democracy. If the demos outweighs the other parts, the oligarchs, if it outweighs the aristocracy as an alternative, if it outweighs the monarch, the executive, then you have democracy. Aristotle tells us democracy is to rule and be ruled, so that understanding that at some point you will be the recipient of authority, and therefore when you are in authority, you should also keep in mind that one day you will be under someone else's yoke. In utilitarian philosophy, this is the idea of choosing your form of government and choosing your laws behind a veil of ignorance, not knowing who will be in charge and how other people will select laws, that you will be subject to the things that you choose. Functionally, a political theory version of the golden rule of reciprocity and treating others as you would like to be treated. Herodotus in Book 3, Section 80 is going to say in that Persian debate we talked about earlier that democracy is simply the rule of the majority. And Alexis de Tocqueville is going to say that the tyranny of the majority is a problem in democracy. Nonetheless, that idea of majority rule somehow gets into democracy and gets equated and conflated quite often. The idea, though, is that we have to balance the will of the majority, what some might call the general will, and insist that it must be the unanimous opinion of everyone. Dissent is not allowed. Nonetheless, we must find a way to balance the will of the majority with the rights of the minority. Another way that we have defined democracy, remember Aristotle all the way back hours ago said that democracy is simply the rule of the poor. Oligarchy is the rule of the wealthy. Democracy is the rule of the poor. And it sounds a little absurd to our ears now, but consider that really when you think about what Marxist democracy would look like, what Marxism-Leninism would be under that innovation, that the idea that Lenin has is that there should be a vanguard party that builds democracy for the working class, aka, I guess you would say the proletariat are often suffering in their material conditions. They're not necessarily dirt poor, but they're going to be better off because they're going to have a government that rules for the poor. That would fit in, even though they would never admit such, that would fit in with Aristotle's definition of what democracy is, rule of the poor. Aristotle's also going to say that democracy involves payment for service. And the reason that you are paid to participate in the assembly, paid to be on juries, is because we want people of different means to be participating in our government. We want to have that mixed system that allows for people who might have a hard time taking a day free to nonetheless participate in government. And I think that is an argument to take some lessons from ancient democracy and apply them in the present. That might be why you would say we should pay people to vote. We already pay for jury services. Is it reasonable to say that if somebody takes a day off work to go vote, we should compensate them for that? A lot of people would laugh at that now. A lot of people would say that's just some conspiracy to get, the plebeians out to the polls to the benefit of one political party over the other. The ancients would say that's part of the game. That's part of having a vibrant society. There's also the idea that there should be term limits and short tenure, rotating offices, kind of related to rule and be ruled. There's also a randomness to democracy in ancient democracy. You elect things like generals, the 10 strategii in Athenian democracy, but most magistrates, most offices are chosen at random. What if we, in our modern democracies, had some random representatives, some people who were just plucked up and put into office? Would that be the end of the world? Maybe we want people who are professional, who know what they're doing, but would it be the end of the world if they were in our legislatures, for example? What if instead of selecting by lot, we said, instead of just totally random, what we want is a section of our legislatures, of our parliaments, to have people who are poor. We want people who are working poor. We want people who are scientists. We want people who fit this mold and this mold. Immigrants who are permanent residents. We want experts on climate, people who are lawyers, yes, but we don't want all of our legislators to only be lawyers. We also want to have engineers in our government. There's this great book that I'm reading right now, Breakneck by Don Wong, about the Chinese versus American way of governing. He describes American governance as ruled by lawyers and Chinese governance as ruled by engineers, at least in the modern sense. There are advantages and disadvantages to both of those things. What if we had a mix of professions and backgrounds and classes and, maybe even racial quotas? I mean, you could really decide all sorts of different things if you were trying to build something that kind of mimicked for the modern world what the randomness of the lot gave in ancient Athens. This is one of the things that carries on with this. All men judge, or all men are on the jury, so to speak. All people are on the jury, really, in modern democracy. That is, we have jury service in modern democracy. In ancient Athens, the jury and really the judicial system as a whole was completely amateur. But even now today with our professional judicial systems, we do have amateur citizen juries that decide, the peers that decide guilt or innocence of those who are accused of crime. That is an aspect of democracy. It is something that is absent in a lot of authoritarian systems. Our justice system is far from perfect, don't get me wrong, but the basis is there, and the basis is one in which we value amateur participation, the demos participating in judgment of people. All people participate in the judicial system. Free speech, free expression, free action, the ability to go out in your private life and to do what you want to do in your public life when you are participating in politics, to say what you want to say, right? Mostly our Western liberal democracies embrace that as a foundation of what it means to have a functioning democracy. That is an embrace of the conflict described by James Madison in Federalist 10 and 51. And it is a rejection, actually, of some of the more monistic forms of unanimity that would be required in something like the general will, or its more bastardized extreme version in the general will of the Duce, Führer, or Caudillo in fascism, is the idea that we can actually come to good decisions. We can help everyone build the good life. We can find the mean if we allow there to be some form of debate, if we don't assume everyone is the same, if we embrace differences of opinion and of status. And democracy, modern democracy, is the idea of the secret ballot. It used to be you didn't know, it used to be that you knew how your fellows were voting in the assembly. You would see everyone, right? So there's this element of peer pressure. In the Spartan assembly, they would literally have voice votes where they cheered for the election. Whoever got the most cheers would win the election, right? I think Aristotle called it almost immature. Actually, it might have been Plato. No, it was Aristotle. I don't know. But the idea was like, there was public voting. And actually, it was Australia that pioneered the idea that you should go into a little booth and your vote should be secure. That was actually imported then by the UK back into like the mother country, so to speak. And the secret ballot then made its way around Western democracies. That's an innovation from the land down under. Thank you so much, Marmite and secret ballots. What a country. What a country. We're losing it here a little bit. It's kind of been sad to not have Sophie come by, my kitty cat, to say hello. My mom's house does have a few cats in it, but none of them have come to see me because they don't know who the heck I am. Modern democracy. So a lot of this is like overlap between modern and ancient. I did just want to mention negative rights in the Lockean sense to contrast with positive rights is part of modern democracy. Modern democracy is also defined by its complexity. We have way more going on than a simple agricultural city-state. We have to account for that in our modern democracy. Allowing differences in representation, accountability through elections. So we don't have strict mandates, but if we feel like we're not represented well, we then remove our representatives, right? They don't have a strict mandate. We don't tell them how to vote on every single issue that will come before them when they go to the state or national legislatures or to the parliaments. But we do expect that they will represent us well. And if they don't at least do things that we think are wise, we can bring them back out of office. In theory, of course, incumbents tend to win re-election in modern democracies. This is just the ideal version. On that note, we do have recalls and referendums. So we can also theoretically have versions of direct democracy in our modern democracy by having referendums, ballot measures. In the District of Columbia, where I reside in Washington, D.C., we have ballot measures at basically every midterm and presidential cycle that we vote on. And those are things that we tell our city council to do, right? That's a form of direct democracy in our modern era. And one way of reforming modern democracy would be to bring about more of those referenda and to have the ability to recall representatives more often that we think are representing us poorly, even if their full cycle is not over. And last, I did just want to bring up that modern democracy often involves a written constitution. Now, the ancient Athenian constitution was tradition. The Spartan Constitution was tradition, right? You had the Areopagus in Athens that helped to protect the constitution. But in general, these are things that are not written down. Now, the UK does not have a written constitution in the sense that they have a preamble that says, we, the people of the UK, in order to form a more perfect union, yada, yada. Like the American Constitution is a written document that you can print out and where all the rules are basically stated, right? And then interpreted through other laws. The UK does have some pieces of paper that could be called part of the Constitution, the Magna Carta, the presentation of the grievances to William and Mary after the Glorious Revolution, right? Other statutes that have been passed that have expanded the franchise in the UK. All law in general could be construed as part of the Constitution. The edits to the House of Lords that brought about its like the demise of its relevance, right? These are parts of the tradition of the UK Constitution. They are not technically one written document, but many of them are actually on paper. So you have a combination of tradition and paper in the UK's version. The German Constitution, the French Constitution, right? These are things that are written down. The point is, modern democracy is often, in our Republican governments with democratic elements, often has to do with a written constitution. I think we did it. 2 days of recording. If you stuck with me this whole time, you're incredible. I hope that you got the value out of this video that you expected. I hope when you clicked on a video called How Every Democracy Dies, that you felt like I actually fulfilled that promise while giving you way, way, way more additional context. I've gotten a lot of positive feedback on some of the content that I've been publishing. And so I've been having fun while I job hunt. I hope you're having fun as well, listening to me. If you'd like to support these sorts of projects, the way to do that would be to go to my Patreon. That is where you can get a little personal access to me. You could also subscribe as a paid subscriber on my Substack. That would mean that you're not just supporting my work here on YouTube, but also the writing I do independently on Substack, including some things I might put behind the paywall on Substack. But really, whichever you find more comfortable, Patreon or Substack is great. The goal, of course, is to keep all of these sorts of things that I'm doing here, all these lectures, free. All these big lectures I want to be free and available, put good information in the world through a little bit of storytelling. So when you go to support me, you're not paying for these videos. These videos are free to everyone on YouTube. That's part of my mission. That maybe you'll see some ads, right? But you can get it. You can access it. I don't want to hide this stuff. When you pay, you're supporting the mission. You're expressing that your values are similar to my values, that you think that education should be public, that civic life should be expanded, and that part of what makes a liberal democracy functioning, for all of its ambiguity, is having an informed and educated population. That was perhaps a little bit of a pretentious pitch there, but you'll forgive me. I've been talking for a while. Heads held high. Happy Warriors. Later, y'all. See you back in my living room for next time.